School District Board of Trustees to order. Item 1.01, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. All right, item 1.02, order and approval of the agenda.
Move to approve the agenda.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries unanimous. Item 1.03, presentation from Northside Elementary School on their student house system. Where you at, Northside? Come on up.
Where you should be.
Make sure that light's turned on the mic.
All right. Good morning or good evening, excuse me, Elko County School District. Thank you guys for having us today. I'm Jeff Revere, the principal at Northside Elementary, as well as Independence Valley. Today, we're going to share our schoolhouse system. When I first took over at Northside Elementary a couple years ago, as I transitioned into the new school, the number one question I was asked over and over and over by the staff members was, is the house system going to stay? Jeff, are you going to come here? Mr. Revere, are you going to come here? Are you going to rip this thing apart? And I asked a multitude of teachers and staff, is it good for kids? And everybody felt emphatically that yes, it was. So over the last 2 years, not to my credit, but to Mrs. Parkin's credit, and obviously all the staff members and kiddos and families. And let's give a quick round of applause to the families that brought all 9 of these kiddos here. It's grown tremendously. I've heard from a multitude of staff members just how much it's grown over the last 2 years. And again, that is a lot of credit to Mrs. Parkin and just her energy and the way she kind of encompasses in the entire thing to create a sense of community for our kiddos at Northside Elementary. So I'm very fortunate for her. So please do me the honor in welcoming Mrs. Parkin.
Hello, board. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here. Charles and I had a little bit of, oh no, I have to log in. Okay, we'll just show it this way, if that's okay with you. Everyone can watch me log in. I'll just share it from here. So at Northside Elementary, we say that we are, ooh, way to go, Charles, thank you, that we are 5 houses, but we are one family, one Northside family. And we love Northside. And, all right, Charles, we have a little video here to show you a little bit about our houses.
We love Northside. We won't stop. It's our house. Come on, turn it up. Here Monday knocking the party begins. I call the voices to point for it. Make yourself at home, show me what you've got. Ignore when you're laughing, cheer a lot. Tonight we gotta have fun, and you know what we've done. That house for one, and we know to have fun. Welcome to our house. Let us take control now. Kindness never slows down. Orange is what it's all about. Welcome to our house. Hearts will come and be loud. Gratitude to be proud. Northside's what it's all about. Welcome to our house. Whoa, welcome to our house.
Thank you very much. Okay, so what is the house system? The house system was inspired by the Ron Clark Academy, which is a school that just encompasses everything. It's a nonprofit and we can be nowhere near what they are, but we try every day to bring what energy they brought. And so a few of us went to the Ron Clark Academy and learned about it and brought back what we learned there. So the house system is this school-wide structure that builds community by organizing all of the students and staff into mixed grade teams that we call houses, sort of like Harry Potter. These houses promote belonging for our students. They also promote positive behavior through our golden horseshoes, which are our rules at school. And it also promotes leadership, as you'll see in a moment, and it reinforces those shared values that our houses have. So the house system at Northside, all students, when they enter school, are randomly sorted into one of 5 houses, and we don't let them pick. We say the house chooses you, and it knows where you need to be. My daughter is in Ambition, and she is not quite ambitious enough because she's kind of quiet, but you'll find out that there are lions, and so it helps her to push forward and be better. We have weekly house meetings. They're either held in class, where the teacher will facilitate that meeting, or they are held as a whole house, which is super fun because we've got the K through 5 who go to their houses. All the yellow house meets together, all the red house, and then our pre-K students are starting to get involved this year, and they just move around to visit the different houses, and that's super fun. And then the other option that we have for weekly is our assemblies, where we just award our students and really celebrate all the hard work that they've done. Through our golden horseshoes, our students earn house points. And so it's a competition between the houses, and we announce those points every day. And it's like, oh, gratitude's in the lead. Ah, perseverance. Ah, yes, kindness. And then at the end of the month, they get to have a little celebration if they are the winner. So this builds belonging and school identity. This is one of the biggest things that I hear from students, is that they love the house system because it helps them feel like they have a place that belongs. It also encourages positive behavior because they want to get those house points. And it creates leadership opportunities through our ambassador program, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. And it fosters those cross-grade relationships because the students in kindergarten get to know 4th graders, and students in 3rd grade get to know 1st graders. And it's just a really fantastic program because they'll see each other in the hall and they'll be like, hey, house of kindness, hey, gratitude. It also supports their social emotional learning. It is our social emotional learning program in our school because we go through all the values in our different lessons. So the 5 houses are kindness, ambition, discovery, gratitude, and perseverance. And we'll talk about each one individually. So the House Ambassador program is something that we started last year, and it's really taken off this year. The House Ambassadors are our 4th grade. They have to be 4th grade students. We choose 2 from each house, and those house ambassadors are chosen by the adults who are in the house. So we are looking for students that really show leadership qualities. They're following our horseshoes. They are willing to get up and show school pride and house pride. They're good examples for others. And so they do lots of stuff for us. One of the biggest things that they do is that they attend our house committee meetings. And so they sit in with us and decide, what is our assembly going to look like? What does your house need to talk about in the next house meeting? They also lead our house chants. They get in front of the entire school and they lead the chants. And as you can see here today, they're in front of the whole community. They're amazing kids, and this really helps them to develop these leadership skills that they'll need in the future. So without further ado, I'm going to let them introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about themselves and their house. First up, we have the House of Ambition. Okay, no, it's great.
Hello, my name is Miles.
My name is Rahan, and we are the House Ambassadors for the House of Ambition. Ambition stands for courage and big dreams. We set goals, work to reach them, and inspire others to do their best.
Our house motto is fearless like a lion, courage that fuels ambition. Each house also has a house chant. Here is ours. If there are any other House of Ambition members in the audience, we ask you to stand and join us.
We've got ambition. We've got ambition. Dream it, do it every day. Ambition leads us all the way. We've got ambition.
Our house color is red. Red is bold and strong, reminding us to be brave, determined, and ready to reach our goals.
Our house animal is a lion because lions are strong leaders. They are considered the king of the jungle.
The stars on our house crest remind us to dream big and go far. We always reach for the stars.
Our house hand signal shows lion paws.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next up is the House of Discovery, and I just want to give a shout out to one of our ambassadors who could not be here today. Moiana, we really miss you. And one of our house facilitators is going to help out.
Hello, my name is Miss Ugalde. I'm one of the House facilitators for the House of Discovery. I'm standing in for one of our ambassadors who could not be here tonight.
My name is Allison, and I am one of the ambassadors for the House of Discovery. The House of Discovery stands for curiosity and learning. We ask questions and explore the world around us.
Our house motto is explore, learn, and grow. Now we'll show you our house chant. If there are any other House of Discovery members in the audience, we ask that you stand and join us. DISCOVER. Look, listen, discover.
Our house color is orange because it is vibrant and full of life. It symbolizes exploration and a sense of adventure.
Our house animal is a tiger. They are curious and observant. They are playful and love to explore their surroundings. Wait, oh, we did that early.
There are mountains on our crest because they remind us to explore and reach new heights. We must be curious and brave to reach the top.
We make our house hand signal by representing the paws of a tiger.
We appreciate you listening.
Okay, next up is my son's house, Gratitude.
Hello, my name is Cynthia. My name is Benny, and we are the House Ambassadors for the House of Gratitude. The House of Gratitude stands for thankfulness and appreciation. We strive to always say thank you.
Our house motto is gratitude gives us strength. Now we will show you our house chant. If there are any other gratitude members in the audience, we ask you to stand and join us.
Thank you. Gratitude. Gracias. Gratitude. Our house color is green because it is calming and connected to nature, reminding us to appreciate the people and things in our lives.
Our house animal is a bison because they are steady and reliable. They are a symbol of appreciation and life.
On our crest, we have the native symbol for gratitude. It is a circle within a circle, showing that gratitude starts in the heart and spreads to everyone around us.
Our hand signal is made by using 2 fingers like a bison's horn.
Thank you very much.
Gratitude is currently leading in our house points, so way to go. As of today, but just wait because House of Kindness is coming next.
Hello, my name is Brittany. My name is Maddie, and we are the House Ambassadors for the House of Kindness. The House of Kindness stands for friendship. We care for others and brighten the day with kind words and actions. Our house motto is "Our hearts lead with kindness." Here's our house chant. If there are any other House of Kindness members in the audience, we ask for you to stand and join us. K-I-N-D, kind is how I choose to be. K-I-N-D, kindness always starts with me. Our house color is yellow because it is bright, cheerful, and warm, just like those in the House of Kindness. Our house animal is a deer because deer are gentle, caring, and calm creatures. We have a sun on our house crest to remind us that a sunny heart spreads happiness and makes everyone feel included. We make the kindness hand signal by making a heart with our hands. Thank you for listening.
Ricky wanted me to tell you that we saved the best for last. Here's perseverance.
That's true. It's true.
Hello, my name is Ricky.
Hi, my name is Mallory, and we are the House Ambassadors for the House of Perseverance. The House of Perseverance stands for strength and determination. We keep going even when things are hard.
Our motto is, "We will never quit." This is our hand signal. It represents the trunk of an elephant, our house animal. We will now do our house chant. If there are any other House of Perseverance members in the audience, we ask you to stand and join us. We are Perseverance! We will never quit!
Our house color is purple, which is a strong color often used for royalty that symbolizes resilience and determination.
Our house animal is an elephant. They are strong and determined. They are known to keep going even when challenges arise.
One of our house symbols is the lotus flower, which stands for perseverance because of how it grows.
The lotus flower grows from the bottom of ponds, and the stems rise above the water to bloom, showing the beauty that comes from determination.
Thank you for your time.
Aren't these kids amazing? Okay, now I have to do a little bit of maneuvering. Here we go. Okay, here's an example of one of our house community days. I just kind of put a bunch of videos together when we were doing a community building. And you gotta have fun, fun. Welcome to our house. Kindness never slows down. Welcome to our you so much, Board, for letting us be here. And I'm so glad you got to meet these wonderful kiddos. We wanted to ask if you had any questions for them.
I don't have any questions, but thank you for presenting. Thank you for the T-shirt. And I think some of your messages tonight apply to what we're doing tonight, and I'm going to use those. So thank you, and thank you for the staff. Thank you, and thanks for coming.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. It was a great presentation. We're happy you guys came in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we're here.
Thank
This
you.
is
You guys
this is
are
why
awesome.
we're here. Thank you. Yeah.
Families, if we want to get a photo. Excuse me, Northside families.
You'll always be a member of the family, Jeff.
This way.
Yeah, Jeff.
This way, Jeff. Hey, we gotta go back. Other way. Thank you. Stop.
Okay.
We'll give them a moment to clear out.
Great.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to item 1.04, which is input from the public. Now, I want to make clear that that doesn't apply. I know, in fact, all the comments that I have turned in right now are specific to our agenda item. I believe it's 4.04. And we're going to hold that public comment to where it's specific to that agenda item. So any public comment coming forward now wouldn't be for anything not already on the agenda. And this is a period devoted to comments by the general public, if any. In the interest of privacy and due process, the public is requested to not raise personnel issues except in a legally noticed closed personnel session of the board. Comments are limited to 3 consecutive minutes. A speaker's time may not be reserved, divided, apportioned, or deferred. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been included specifically on an agenda item as an item upon which action will be taken. Does anyone have public comment tonight that does not include an agenda item? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Item 2.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. We will move on to item 3.01, approval of accounts payable.
Move to approve
We have 2 items there.
Move to approve the accounts payable labeled. Actually, you know what? All of these.
It'll be the first 2. We have a Tyler system and then a Tyler system with Lone Wolf
There's the
excluded.
Wolf. All right. So move to approve Tyler system and Alio system.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Or discussion of disclosures, I'm sorry.
Oh, I will disclose that I have a family member who works for Wells Rural Electric, but I will not be abstaining.
I will make the same disclosure. I have a relative that works for Wells Rural Electric, but won't be abstaining from voting.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Then we
Mr.
have the
Chair, move to approve AP 2.17.26 Tyler system Lone Wolf.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Disclosures?
Have to disclose that I work for Lone Wolf and I will be abstaining from voting.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. And just a note to everyone, this is new for this week with us switching payroll systems and us being able to exclude one or the other. We've included the reference section there too, so you can refer back. There wasn't a way to strip one item and still have those descriptions on the item, so I elected to include all of that information below. Moving on to item 3.02, receipt of bank reconciliations.
Mr. Chair, as a non-action item, recognize the receipt of that.
Thank you. And is there anything to add from staff? No, no, all right. Okay, we'll mark that as received. Moving on. We are now to item 4.01, receipt, review, and possible approval of a boundary line adjustment. It's application of deed for possible action. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, thank you. So as the background information states, the City of Elko Planning Department is requesting that we complete this application for a boundary line adjustment. Someone from the city could not be here to share, but I got a great paragraph to read to you to help maybe understand what's going on here. So the original mapping of Elko mapped the extension of 13th Street right through the middle of that parking lot that the school currently leases from the Elko County Fair Board. So because the road was not built where the right-of-way was dedicated, the City of Elko dedicated the new 13th Street right-of-way as the road was built, curved into the four-way intersection with Cedar Street. They then went through the process of vacating the dedicated right-of-way through the parking lot. A vacation of the right-of-way gives half of the street to each abutting property owner, which is messy from a mapping standpoint. So the ECSD received half of the street and the City of Elko received the other half of the street. Once the resolution is recorded, that land is added to the abutting parcel by Elko County. The boundary line adjustment and associated deed gives the half street that the Elko County School District acquired in the vacation process back to the City of Elko, which then puts our property line exactly where it was prior to the vacation of the right-of-way. And the entire parking lot is back under ownership of the City of Elko. And so that is what is going on. It's, as they were looking through records, they noticed, something was wrong with the mapping. And so it's just trying to get all that back to making sense. And that is the context that I have.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the boundary line adjustment.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to 4.02, receipt, review, and discussion regarding proposed revisions to policy JJA, education records. This is a non-action item, first reading. Mr. Anderson.
Yep. So policy JJA was already in existence, revised most recent, it was adopted back in 2020. At the most recent legislative session that concluded last June, or I guess May, June, there were adjustments to two different bills, and both of the red line policies on 4.02 and 4.03 are about those bills. But Assembly Bill 6 made some significant changes to what was considered directory information and subject to request for students, specifically for student privacy. So what you see in this red line, specifically if we go to 3A and then the numbered items under 3A, those are additions. So those are things that count as an education record for a school publication. And then under 3B and all the numbered items under 3B, it removes quite a few of those things that were considered to be available and per NRS now no longer are for public information. So it reduces what is available from a student standpoint. And then it does a couple other minor adjustments going down, but you'll see under number 4, it also talks about what must be included with a third-party request for directory information. So there's a lot to explain what's all there, but short story is this is to be in compliance with the most recently passed AB 6.
All right, any discussion from the board? All right, with no input there, we'll go ahead and move on. That is a non-action item. So we'll move on to 4.03. Receipt, review, and discussion regarding proposed revisions to policy JCBC, rights and responsibilities, investigations and searches, law enforcement access to students. Also a first reading, non-action item.
Yeah, so similarly, this is to be in compliance with AB4 from the last session. And really, so this is a policy that we actually did some updates to within the last year and a half or so. And it was more specifically about interviews at that time was kind of the focus when we did it last. And I do like to kind of preface this with we enjoy a good relationship with our law enforcement agencies, and we rely on them heavily and include a partnership with them and with our SROs. So we do work closely with them. So I would hate for anything here to be construed as a mistrust in our law enforcement agencies, because that is not the case. However, everything herein that is redlined, especially under the Section 1 access, and when access is granted to a law enforcement officer, that is to be in compliance with AB4. So that is why that is there.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, under access, are our SROs considered providing educational programming? Because it indicates, if I'm reading this correctly, law enforcement officers cannot go unless there's a warrant or subpoena under urgent circumstances, or if they're providing educational programming. So can we either define SROs as continually providing programming, or can we write something in here to be able to allow access?
Can you point me to the very specific part you're talking? Oh, I see.
Just 1A.
1A, yeah, 1A, 1, 2, or 3. So 3 would allow the educational programming.
I can check on the definition of that. I would not consider working at a school site to be providing educational programming. That is not how I would interpret that statement. I would think that would mean if a law enforcement officer was giving a presentation to a class or an assembly or, you know, a CTE kind of collaboration. So I think that's how I would interpret that, but it's probably a good way to define what that means. Is that what you're asking about?
Yes, and then specifically, can we maybe add a 4 that says contracted SRO officers or law enforcement officers that are, you know, acting on behalf of the district, something along those lines, because the way this is written, if we pass it, SROs wouldn't be able to be on our campuses anymore, and I don't think any of us want that.
I kind of read that the same way, unless you can take the first line there and call prevention or enforcement.
And I would hate for our
That's gray
SROs.
too. Yeah,
Right,
we might need something a little more defined in there.
I don't think they shouldn't be there to prevent and enforce. They're there as that's not the capacity they're in. While that is a periphery of what they do, I'm pretty sure our SROs would not say, I'm there to enforce.
No, it's not the primary purpose, no.
Does that make sense, I guess, what I'm asking?
No,
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. Yep. Yes, we will get something clarified there. I feel like I feel like there was already something within there that sort of said that, but I guess before it was just about arrests and interviews, and now it is about access. So yeah, that wouldn't be something that was in there already, because we weren't having law enforcement officers necessarily go in there or our SROs going in there to arrest or interview. So yeah, let's get, I imagine something kind of at the end or somewhere in that first paragraph that says, you know, that this is not applicable to SROs acting in their capacity as an SRO or something like that.
Perfect. And it does mention non-SRO. There is non-SRO language further down, so maybe we just change access to say other, you know, except for non, yeah.
Okay. All right, gotcha.
Thank you.
Any further discussion from the board?
I had a quick question about law enforcement there, like during games as well. I know that's something that's happened previous in football games or basketball games where they'll they'll be there too. So I don't know if there's language in there to support that as well, you know.
So that would be like if it was a non-SRO that had been asked to kind of come help do some.
Yeah, they stop by or whatnot, those type of things.
All right.
Anything further, board?
Got it.
All right, moving on. This is the one I think everyone's here for, 4.04, receipt, review, and discussion regarding superintendent recommendations for plan to address budget concerns. This is a non-action item. And before we start, I'm just going to say a couple things, folks. I want you to know everything on this agenda today is non-action. We're not making decisions today. We're here to hear your input. There's quite a bit of public comment here, and I want to hear each and every one of you. I'd also like to ask that we keep it so that it's not repetitive, so that we're not here until midnight hearing the same stuff. But if you have something relevant to the conversation, we'd love to hear it. That being said, what I'm going to do to structure this so that we can move through this in an orderly fashion is I'm going to start with the presentation with Superintendent Anderson. Then I'm going to give each one of the board a chance to do their first comment or question. Then I'm going to go to public comment and we're going to read it through there. And then the board will continue to discuss after such. And then we will also, just so you know, have a third additional public comment that will come at the very end of the meeting. So if there's something you wanted to add to there, there is a place for that. And that being said, I've appreciated all of your letters and your emails. I've read every one of them. And something that I did provide, it's out on the desk for those of you that weren't in here when I announced it. There are email addresses or contact information for all of our state assemblymen and senators, for our federal legislators, and for the governor's office. That's out on that table outside. I urge you, please take those letters and move those on. Let's get right into those folks, because they're the ones that define what our budget is, that define, if you were there in our workshop today or heard about that, they're the ones saying that we have to make our plans in April and then wait until October when they decide what we're going to do. Those are the folks that you need to tell that we've lost intramural sports, or that we're talking about closing this or that. So I urge each and every one of you to take one of those or look it up on your own and write to your legislators. They're the ones that actually control the budget and the money that we're getting, and we have to decide what to do with. So that being said, Superintendent Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you. I guess, Charles, if you want to, listening, if you want to put the presentation, this would be the one titled Superintendent Budget Recommendations. You can put that up on the screen and just keep up as I go through it. I'd appreciate that. So I'll also do a little bit of prefacing. There is absolutely nothing in here that I'm super psyched to talk about. I'm not happy with the situation either. There is not a school in this district that I haven't spent a good amount of time in, and there's no teacher or position that I feel more important than. I've historically said there's no just anything. There's no such thing as just a teacher, just a paraprofessional, just an anything. Everyone has an extremely valuable role, and none of these decisions devalue anything. I've also read every single email that was sent. Most of them weren't sent directly to me, and that's okay. Some were, and I appreciate those that thought to speak to me directly. The board members were, for the most part, very good about forwarding all of those to me. So I've read them all, organized them, and I appreciate those comments. As President Durham said, this was all scheduled out and planned this way, especially specifically for this purpose. So I could look at you, and so you could look at me and talk to us, and not have decisions made about you, but with you and with your input. And so, yeah, I could probably disclaim everything for a long time, because I do care about you. And there's a lot of you in this room who typically when I see you, you smile at me, and today you're not smiling at me, and that's okay. I can appreciate that, but Among the things that have been suggested, and again, these are just proposals, they've gone against my recommendations before, and that's okay. That's their prerogative as a board. But these are simply things that I've been tasked with trying to sort through. But yeah, none of this is easy, and so I appreciate those who have demonstrated humanity amidst a difficult situation, and I will say that I have empathy and understanding for those who've maybe taken a different route towards how they feel about the things that are here. But all that being said, here we go. So before requesting any new measures, so basically what that means is before anything else that follows after this slide or after the next two slides, we did a lot of inward looking about what we could easily remove. There's nothing easy about any of this. In the budget workshop that many of you weren't able to attend today because the majority of the people in this room were in a classroom or in the hallways or something at that time. But there was a comment made by Cassie Salke, who's our CFO, that the district has very little discretionary funding to use on anything other than instruction in our classrooms. And so for the last 3 or so years, we've been trying to trim away as much of the discretionary expenditures as we could while still maintaining our programming throughout the district. And so as we got to this year, and especially to December, where the time came to say, hey, we're about to have to make a lot of really tough decisions that go beyond the little bits of trimming we've been doing here and there, we started to work on that with what we could control pretty immediately. And so some of those things are up here. The next slide, when we get there, will show some of those more in detail. But before any of these other things, we were able to identify kind of a quick $4.5 million or so in savings during our current fiscal year through some what I'm calling right sizing, which I think is an attempt to soften the blow of some of these things, but they're all meaningful things. There's nothing on this slide or any other subsequent slide that isn't meaningful. That's what makes it all so hard. So some of the emails that I've seen, in fact, there was a common thread through a lot of them that said, maybe this should all start at central office. Well, the first place we did anything was at central office. We pretty immediately, by the time January rolled around, we'd already eliminated or repurposed 5 different positions, and we're still looking at others. We had operational freezes. We've talked about a travel freeze. It's not actually a true freeze. There were a lot of travel was frozen, but not all, and different categories. But we were hoping that would save over the course of the year about $300,000. Another suggestion, and this one I guess is, I need to qualify this, as part of that $4.4 million, more than $2 million of that would be in regards to a textbook adoption, which we paid for, on July 1st as we went into this year. So this would have happened, 5 months before our December presentation. There has been no official action taken on that. That is a suggestion. There has been speculation that this is an inappropriate use of those funds, and as is always important, it's important to get facts, folks, and categorically, that is an appropriate use of capital improvement funds is to buy textbooks. It's not always the way it's done, but it counts as, I think the phrase is equipment or materials, which is an allowable expenditure under capital improvement. It's not ideal. It certainly isn't something we'd like to do long-term, especially given the lack of capital improvement funds we have. But in the case of trying to keep our district solvent for this year and going into next year, that is a kind of a one-time suggestion to get through this year. And we also moved some pre-K staff to weighted funding to save about another $250,000. So going to the next slide, there's a list, and sorry if it's tough to see, but there's a list there that kind of adds up how we got to 4.4 million. Other things that are included in there, and I should say too, a lot of these are conservative estimates. Some of them I anticipate and hope to be a greater savings than what's there, but we don't want to overplay our hand of what we think we're going to be able to do. So the textbook adoption is very prominently in red, showing pending approval. We intend to take that before the county capital improvement oversight panel to get their support with it and talk to our own internal district committee as well, to make sure that it's not just an action we're doing here, though acknowledging that, and the same goes for everything we're going to talk about today, if we don't do this, then another 2 million is going to have to be found somewhere else. And 2 million is not easy to just find. So we estimate that given we made some changes to insurance this year for FY26, fiscal year 26, which is what we're in right now. And we're hoping that that saves us at least $800,000 over the course of the year. And I'm optimistic that it will be more than that. I mentioned the pre-K staff already. We moved a bunch of general fund maintenance, moved over to the Buildings and Sites Fund. There's another fund that we have called Buildings and Sites, which helps to cover kind of emergency expenditures. For example, at Flagview, when the boilers went down a couple weeks ago, we didn't have an $80,000 or so Flagview boiler project plan for the year. So Buildings and Sites is an example of what that would come out of. And so we were able to shift some of those expenditures to the general fund over to the Buildings and Sites, which is tough for that fund, but that fund does have some wiggle room. And so we looked at doing that. Mentioned the travel freeze already. Per saving on substitutes, just a quick overview of this. Per state law, as of, was it this year, Cody? 2 years ago? Thank you. 2 years ago, so this is the second year we've had to do this. Once a substitute teacher has worked a certain number of hours in a school year, they transfer, or they go from being someone who's just paid hourly to someone who is now a PERS paid job. And so when that person hits that role or that amount of hours, we have to then back pay them for all of the PERS for the entire year. Yep. And so as we try to be judicious, recognizing that in certain circumstances, it's really hard to find someone to take that spot. And you have a person who already really knows the kids or really knows the role. And but what kind of cost does that have once you start adding that up with every single person that hits that threshold? So we try to make sure that we don't have substitutes as much as we can that go past that limit. We cut a journeyman from central office. Our school improvement director moved over to be our special services director when Dr. Higbee retired. Same thing with our central office nurse when Bobby Shanks retired. Skylar, who's amazing, took over that role, and that position wasn't replaced. We've had a central office finance position that has moved on, and that has not been replaced. And we had a receptionist that took a new role, and we did not replace that position either. So we reduced some positions at central office that way. So that's where we get those numbers from. So moving forward, we have recommendations, and I've slated these for FY27. Again, FY means the fiscal year, and 27 means the school year 26-27. So that would be for next school year. And I've more or less got them in these 4 categories, just for the sake of organization. The first category, staffing and personnel, comes down to 3 main suggestions, and those are on the next slide, Charles. So with a lot of these, and I'm going to try to keep a couple things in mind as I go through. With a lot of them, there are dollar amounts associated with them. None of these almost are fixed dollar amounts. A lot of them are their estimates based on past year averages or future projections. But these are decent estimates that we're trying to, because essentially we know the number we have to come up with. If we're able to get 4.4 million out of the other slides that I showed you, we need to come up with about another 10 to 11 million. And so the idea was to keep looking for areas where we could make that happen. So the first one would be a strict hiring freeze. And again, I say freeze in quotations because it's really hard to do a total freeze when we have a school district that's built the way ours is. We have if you have a principal who retires, you have to have a principal at a school. If you have one counselor in jackpot, you have to have a counselor at a school. So you have to replace that. So thinking about freeze more in terms of we're not immediately replacing jobs that become open, and thinking about that as we go into next year. There's something here that says increase class size ratios. Understand that that's not a real popular suggestion. When you look at a district, especially ours at the moment, about 85% of our general fund is wrapped up in staff positions. So that means there's only 15% to do everything else associated with instruction in our classes and in our schools. So when you have 85% of that is wrapped up in primarily salaries, then the only way to make a meaningful reduction in expenditures is to have fewer salaries that are being paid. And so, and especially, and I want to, just for those who may not be entirely familiar with how the People-Centered Funding Plan works, every dollar that we get is tied to a student enrollment. And so one way to think about this is if 4 years ago we had 10 to 11% more students than we have now, then that means we should also now have 10 to 11% fewer staff that work in our district than we did before. That is not currently the case. We have mostly maintained staffing levels, and as I said earlier, trimmed as much as we possibly could. Sorry, I've been talking to all of them this whole time. Hopefully you guys don't feel ignored. You talk to me enough. So we mostly tried to keep people's jobs and situations whole, but as student enrollment has declined and classes and employment has largely remained the same with some minor reductions, that means class sizes have gone down over that time, which is great as a teacher to have a smaller class size, and great as a student to have a smaller class size, and parents love it too. Who wouldn't? But in order to remove staff and salaries, that's going to necessarily mean class size ratios go up. So that is a necessary part of reducing positions. We would start, hopefully, the ideal is to not have anyone lose their job, anyone that's contracted with the district. So we would start by eliminating positions through attrition, and that happens multiple ways. We have every year there's a decent number of retirements. You have resignations for any given number of reasons. And so that's we often talk about, losing through attrition that way. So instead of replacing every position that becomes open due to retirements and resignations, we would find ways to move existing staff around. And so that would be a way to cut a position without cutting a person's job. We also are currently, and this dates back to a few years ago when we were coming out of COVID, that we have lots of positions, fewer now than we did a few years ago, but we have multiple positions that are filled by critical needs teachers, which means that's a retired teacher who's collecting their PERS and their retirement that they earned with all their hard work over the course of a career, but are back in the classroom. Those are very expensive positions, but also very essential at that time when we definitely needed those. But as enrollment, again, has gone down, those are positions and those are year to year, and the same goes for long-term subs. Long-term subs filled a very important role and have continued to fill those over the course of those years as we came out of COVID. But those are jobs that every year, not just this year, because people are paying more attention now, but the last few years, every job that was filled by a critical needs teacher or a long-term sub was posted every spring. That was always the case, and that'll be the case this year too. It's just that they will most likely not be filled by a critical needs teacher or a long-term sub this year unless we are unable to fill that with a currently existing position, and if that's absolutely necessary. And then we will also look at evaluating paraprofessional placements throughout the district. Those are a little tougher to give blanket numbers on because many paraprofessionals are tied to specific student needs and IEPs and other areas. So that $4 to $5 million estimate that's up there, it's a total just a guess, a projection based on what we normally see on resignations and retirements in any given year, and what we know about how many classrooms we need to eliminate from different campuses because of decline in enrollment. Any paraprofessional or other classified, as they're called, positions that we're able to reduce, those are not included in the total of the $4 to $5 million projection. Yes.
Can I have you elaborate real quick? You talked about class size increase, but we had talked about that in the break. And can you throw those numbers out for me too?
Yeah, let me give you just the best I can. And again, as I always feel like I need to qualify with this. It's all projections and what we're looking at trying to do. The class sizes right now, we have, sorry, I'm scrolling to it real quick.
Well, while you're scrolling, I'll just paraphrase real quick. And that we talked about, when we talked about increasing class sizes, he was referring to 1 or 2 students, not going from 20 to 30 or 20 to 40 in that range. And so I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that. And when they talk about increased class size, you're referring to 1 or 2 students, not.
Yeah, don't quote me on 1 or 2. But yeah, it would be, it's not, you know, I was seeing comments about how are we going to teach with 35 and 40 kids in the room. That's not the intention. Again, because our district is so diverse, when we talk about class sizes, everything averages out, right? We have certain schools where a class may have 6, and we have a school where a class may have 32, depending on what grade level you're talking about and where that school is located. So when we started to look at this from a class size level, the targets for where we would try to be at was to have staffing levels for in kindergarten to be 21, for kids in grades 1 through 3 to be at 22, in 4th and 5th grade to be at 25, and then anything in secondary could be up to 29. So those are the class sizes that we're looking at. Yep. The next column says 0 hours. For those who don't know what a 0 hour is, I'll explain it really quickly. Every teacher per contract, our negotiated agreement, is allotted a preparation period throughout the day. And that's a certain number of minutes. And at certain schools, because of lack of offerings or other situations, it is more beneficial to, instead of hiring a whole new teaching position, a teacher who is willing to, and no one can be forced into this, but a teacher who is willing can do what's called sell their prep. And essentially they get 1/7, if we break it down into like at a high school with a 7-period day, if they're going to give up that 1/7 of their day that they would have had as a prep, they can sell that and get another 1/7 of their salary that they make during the day, and they just never get a prep, and that's a choice they make if they would like to do that. 0 hours do cost a lot. We estimate that in just changing programming and looking at 0 hours, we can trim about $500,000 off of that. Again, obviously not a popular decision. You can quickly become used to what your paycheck looks like, and so having to make an adjustment there. And this isn't the only time this happens. Who gets a 0 hour and who doesn't get a 0 hour can change from year to year, depending on what the situation is at that school. But that is another area we plan on looking at to decrease those. And then this other one, the third column, says the substitute rates. Again, a projection of $1.5 million if we go with the numbers that are suggested. So what was done here was we have very generous, when compared with most of the rest of the state, sub pay rates right now. It's very good. And we wanted it to be very good. And at a time when our budget was in a better situation, we were happy to have it be very good. In an analysis of other districts around the state, we hey, not all this information was readily available everywhere. So from what we could find and from the districts we could locate it, we pulled all those rates and basically just came to more or less an average of what is done across the state. And the suggestion or the proposal was to reduce from whatever we are currently doing to be more in line with the averages across the state. And so that's where those percentages come from and those dollar amounts go down to, is to simply have a regression to the mean of what's happening around the state. And then the 1.5 million is an estimate based off of if you took what was expended this year on substitutes in a regular subcategory and you took 10% off of that, what is that savings? And then if you took all of our long-term subs for the year and reduced it down to that, what would that have reduced from this year alone? And obviously that is, that's not hard and fast math because you don't know how many long-term subs you're going to have next year. In fact, I said we're going to make it a point to try to reduce as many as we can in order to not lose contracted positions. And so all of that is dependent on how many classrooms are filled with both long-term subs and regular subs throughout the year. Very importantly, this is one of the items that we cannot do unilaterally as district staff. There's a lot of things here that we're going to talk about today that I'm letting you know about, and I'm interested in your input, and the board is interested in your input, and I'm going to hear from them. But some things that are just our decision to make after we hear all the feedback. Substitute rate changes are codified in policy, and so if there were to be any adjustment to that, that is a board action that would have to take place at some point. And some of you probably noticed is the next agenda item 4.05 when we get there is a proposed first reading of that policy, should that be something the board wishes to move forward with at a future meeting. On to the next category, which is instructional. This textbook adoption where it says 1.5 million is different from the 2+ that was referenced earlier. The board and our strategic planning committee made it a priority about 4 years ago to have regular textbook adoption schedules. For about a decade or plus, the only new textbooks any of you saw or any of we saw was the language arts curriculum back in 2017 and 2018. And so there was a great desire to see more textbooks, newer textbooks and updated materials come in. So we made that a priority and we were working on those every year since that strategic plan was put in place. We've been adopting textbooks. And so in addition to moving 2 million or so over from this year's purchase, and I want to make sure that's clear. Someone mentioned in an email that it's not a savings to move it from general fund to the capital improvement fund if we still do a purchase. The purchase has already been made. That's the science curriculum at the elementary, I think. That was purchased back on July 1. We purchased the secondary at the end of last fiscal year and the elementary back to back to not put too much of a burden on one year or the other. And so a proposal is, as much as we'd love to continue to adopt every year, we're probably going to have to reconsider our adoption schedule because textbook adoptions, at least for the major curriculum areas, are usually in the neighborhood of about $2 million, and sometimes more than that if you're doing both elementary and secondary. So a recommendation to pause that. You only see 1.5 million there because, and I said, well, if we usually have 2 million, why not 2 million? Textbook adoptions come in 7-year cycles typically. And so everything you pay for up front with a textbook adoption, you get 7 years worth of licenses and such. When you do the math from ELA curriculum that was adopted more than 7 years ago, in order for us to continue to provide you with consumables, with licenses and things like that for our language arts curriculum, that requires us to continue to update. So even though we're not doing full adoptions for language arts, in order for us to have licenses and things like that, we have to update those. And so to just be thoughtful about that, we would still consider that we'd have to have a good $500,000 to try to keep up with those licenses for maintenance of those curriculum. That's everything in that column. The next one, right now, an NVA is isolated to secondary students. There are a lot of, there's a lot of interest and more flexibility with education. And so the thought is, and I'm actually still on the fence about this one. We're not making any decisions today anyway, but there's been a growing suggestion from different people around me whose opinions I value that, perhaps we need to help facilitate homeschool for those who really want to go that option, but would also like to, they want that freedom, but also don't want to have to necessarily pay out of their own pocket when they're already paying taxes for education. So by opening up an NVA to all students K-12, that could potentially retain or gain some enrollment back. The reason I'll just in full transparency on that I'm not convinced is I worry that might be overused. I think that being an online student requires a very specific type of student, and I always compare it to I have 4 children. A lot of you know my children, and some of you currently teach my children. The child that is in the teacher's class that I'm looking at right now would not thrive in online school. I'll just say that. And the same would go for some of my other kids. But certain kids can, and one of my other children absolutely would. So I think it's possible that could be a good scenario and a good fit for different kids. But I do not think it's best for all kids. I think most kids are most blessed and most well-educated when they have the wonderful care of their wonderful teachers with them every day. And I don't know there's no dollar amount that you see at the top of that, because that would all depend on how many kids, what sort of change in enrollment that would represent from what we currently have. So it would just be based off of how many kids are in that program. The next, or the last column under this category is technology and web-based programs, which I currently have as $250,000 plus. That's again a conservative estimate from me. The first idea is to reduce expenditures on annual Chromebook purchases. There's lots of varying opinions on the value of Chromebooks and technology and instruction. I've seen videos and studies that say that, basically the demise of public education aligns perfectly with when technology happened in schools. But I don't know, people give their kids phones too, so I'm not sure if technology itself is the problem. I think it's how the technology is utilized, and I think that is true for in a classroom as well as it is for in our homes. But all that being said, my personal recommendation is not to eliminate technology in our classrooms. I think there's a lot of benefit to it, and I think that philosophically for me, part of our duty as educators is to prepare our students for the world they're going into and the industries they will contribute to as employed citizens. And there are very few current freshmen in high school, let alone kindergartners, that are going to go into a workforce where they're not going to be expected to be very adept and proficient with the technology of those career fields. So the way we would reduce expenditures is simply by, I say simply, it's not simple. Sorry, Charles, I know you're listening. There's nothing simple about it. We've actually already extended, we tried to do this a year ago to slowly save some money by extending our warranty period on Chromebooks, but we're already at a 5-year cycle, and you can't go beyond that with the companies. They won't warranty the Chromebooks beyond that. And so we can't save by purchasing fewer every year if we want to keep it 1-to-1, and my recommendation is to keep it 1-to-1. But we can purchase different versions of Chromebooks that cost significantly less than what we're currently providing. So that's a way we can save. That's actually the majority of that $250,000, or really all of that $250,000. The rest of it would be an evaluation and consolidation of district and site-funded web-based programs. That would be the plus at the end of that number. The district has certain programs that have been purchased that are that have great ESSA evidence to back them. Hearing a lot of great things from people about our about our Lexia program that is being utilized across the district. That's an example of a wonderful district-funded program, which sometimes we might see redundancies in if a school also has licenses for another reading intervention program. Or so the whole idea is that's just one example, and I'm not trying to call anyone or anything out, but in as much as we can, where can we peel those back a little bit? And none of those in and of themselves will be massive savings, but you add them all up if you're able to save some, and that might give you another six-figure number to put on top of that. Take a sip of water real quick while we go to the next slide. So sorry you have to listen to me without stopping. Next category is extra and co-curricular activities. Really two areas here. I don't really love either of them, but one thing that we've seen in talking to districts across the state and in neighboring states as well is this idea of a pay to participate or a pay to play structure when it comes to students participating in primarily athletics is the focus most of the time in other districts, but as a possibility, also considering other extracurricular or co-curricular activities. The district invests quite a bit of money every year in paying for travel and paying for registrations and paying for per diem, for hotels, for overtime, for a lot, for athletics and other extracurricular activities. For people who don't know me, I challenge you to find someone who loves sports more than I do. I'm absolutely obsessed with most of them, and I will share something with you about myself that most people don't know, and that is that I was a continual failure in high school, and I feel okay talking about it now, but it was embarrassing then. And the only reason I ever went to summer school or stayed after school on the last day when everyone went home and stayed and did packets in biology, that's not a hypothetical, that's an actual scenario, was because I had an intimate relationship with soccer, and it was my life. And so sports literally kept me a passing student growing up, and so I recognize the value of sports and other extracurriculars. Some of you have seen me in some of my other extracurriculars around town. I highly value all of these programs, and it would be a mistake to say that because this is a proposal means that I think anything negative about any of these programs. It's just, I also know that my parents would have been willing to pay for me to participate in those should it have been necessary at that time. So that's and I don't have a dollar amount up there because that would wholly depend on what that fee structure would look like. And so if that is something that we, depending on what the feedback comes back as, it would simply be whatever that fee structure is times that number of kids. I've been polling our principals throughout the day to get as good an idea as I can about how many, if we just said like a flat amount per sport, per kid, what would that look like? And just as some examples, some schools, I'm not going to say any schools specifically, but a certain school said, that would be 184 people. So, let's just, if the number was $40 per kid per sport, then for that school, that would be 184 times 40. And then after that school, another school said we have 135. And then another school said we have, well, they actually didn't do the math for me. That's not helpful. Trying to find some of the bigger ones, although you'll have no trouble guessing who those are. Surprise. I can't find it, but it was in the 400 and something range for that school. So when even though, and what that would not do is it wouldn't completely offset the cost. And that's not the goal. The goal is not to make everyone pay for every little dime. The goal is to attempt in as much as possible to offset those costs so that other instructional value can be preserved and jobs can be preserved. That's the idea. We always think of $1 million in terms of 10 teachers. And so when something happens and it's like, well, that's $1 million, I think, well, that's 10 teachers we're talking about there. And that can be extrapolated across different positions as well. But so even if that only generates overall, let's just throw out a number of $500,000. That's 5 teacher jobs, right? Okay. I got off track there a little bit. The other column there on the right is middle school intramurals. That was took a beating for that one already. Middle school intramurals, well, now I can say we postponed it. At that point, it was canceled because we didn't have a firm plan. Just as quickly as I'll take responsibility for that, made that decision, I was also actively trying to find solutions to it, but we couldn't in good conscience go into the spring intramurals without a plan for how we were going to sustain it. I'm not at liberty at the moment to disclose. I saw somewhere, or I heard anyway, somewhere online where I was criticized for not naming those generous donors. If you don't think I want to shout those from the microphone and the rooftops right now, you don't know me. I would love to applaud those people and do so publicly, but I don't have permission to do that. Those donors just want to do good, and we may find out later who those are. But not only have we received a financial commitment from those donors to take care of the rest of this year, which we now have a plan going forward. One of those donors has committed to doing it for the next 3 years, at least half of it for the next 3 years, and the other donor has said, we'll take care of it too. So we have financial commitments from 2 partners who are going to continue to fund that for our students. And so that's amazing. Can't thank them enough. And I imagine at some point soon, the cat will be out of the bag, but for the moment, it's not. But either way, that represents now a savings for the district because even though it's being paid for, it's not coming out of our general fund. So thanks to them, and we'll thank them more in the future. And then just kind of a catch-all category, and one that was, and they're all hard, but so I'm going to, I'll just take them in order. I've been doing everything in order. It doesn't matter that there's dozens of Flagview people staring at me right now. I'll just go with Flagview. Spend a lot of time at Flagview, you guys know. Anyway. So the one of the tough things that happens with budget reductions like this, and we've seen it in Washoe where they're talking about potential school closures, and I think Douglas already announced they're closing schools up in the is it the Tahoe area or Incline Village, I think is where they're closing some schools. So when you reduce enrollment to a certain extent, it starts to become not the people at the building don't become superfluous, but having empty classrooms becomes superfluous. And so we started to look at how many vacant classrooms we were going to have around the district, and started to think about where could we look at potential consolidation. Don't want to close any schools. I'd love to see all our schools filled to the brim, but that's not what they are right now. And so from the standpoint of trying to remove, I know easy for me to say, but remove emotion from it, is where can we find additional savings and do some consolidation. And it was pointed out in several emails, why is this a surprise? Why is this something that wasn't discussed before? Why is this not something that was talked about with the budget committee? The budget committee had a very, there wasn't any school name specifically, but there was a recommendation to look at consolidations and closures. It is my deepest desire to not have to close any schools. And this is somewhere in the middle. And so that proposal is to reduce Flagview by 1 grade level for next year. The word academy up there, I was just, don't read into that too much. It was just to call it something else. We can keep calling it Flagview Intermediate. But the idea is that, and to make sure everything's clear here, we're not talking about doing anything this year. This is for next school year. The proposal would be that all of the current 4th grade students who are at elementary schools right now would just stay at their elementary school next year. And the current 5th graders this year at Flagview would move into the 6th grade classrooms next year, and your current sixth graders would move over to Adobe next year. So nobody would be being returned to any schools this year. It would just be a shift in students next year without an infusion of more students, which obviously means with no fifth grade, that creates, where do those teachers go? And so those fifth grade classrooms, those kids who would have been in those fifth grade classrooms would remain at their elementary schools. And so we would need people to staff those classrooms. And there would be a lengthy process determining how that happens. I'm not 100% sure exactly how the news was communicated to Flagview staff. There will be very set, clear processes. And I say will, if this were to happen, there would be very clear set processes for how those positions would be determined. And we've seen some of those in action in years before. It just hasn't been in this type of scenario. There's always been a transfer list that you can voluntarily put your name on. There's always been openings when people retire and resign. Those things have happened. It just hasn't been in conjunction with a closure of a grade level at a specific school. The $500,000 savings is anticipated due to the reduction of multiple positions, as well as some operating costs. It's tough to know for sure what this would look like. There are certain, within our policies, we have certain positions that exist based off of school level enrollments. And so if a school is above X number of kids, then that necessitates so many administrators, so many secretaries, so many custodians, et cetera. Like the more kids you have, the more people you need in a building. And so the reason that this would potentially create some savings in positions is when you take all of those kids from one place and scatter them through four, or I guess you're not taking them. When you leave those kids at those other buildings, those buildings aren't increasing by a lot. They're increasing by just the number of kids that they already have in those grade levels. And so the positions that are at Flagview that would be reduced due to a lower number of kids would become those savings. And so that is the idea behind what those represent. And so the quick kind of anticipated math is about $500,000. I actually think it would be more than that. And then again, that plus is, there are other ancillary costs that would be reduced because of, operating and materials and other things that go along with having half of your school go without being used anymore. Because this does represent such a big change from what is currently there, this is not something that I fancy being a unilateral decision. I'm not trying to put it on you guys or anything, but I'm going to be putting it on you guys. But I'm putting my recommendation behind it at this time anyway. Obviously, we've seen a lot of emails and and I'm sure we got some feedback tonight coming as well. So we'll definitely take all that into consideration. The next column is the self-funded insurance adjustments. In case you didn't know, our district is self-funded when it comes to insurance, which is really great because it means if you are in this room and you are employed by the Elko County School District and you have our insurance, you have one of the best insurances that a public employee can get in the state of Nevada. It is enviable to most other public entities. The bad news with that is when it costs more to insure you than we get from insuring you. Then we have to cover that. And in recent years, that's been to the tune of multiple millions of dollars every year that we do not get enough to self-fund. And so last year we made some adjustments. I pointed out that represented some savings for this year, but it was made very clear with our insurance oversight committee, which includes representatives from all union leadership, that is not a one-time fix to get our insurance. Our insurance fund has had to be loaned about $7 million or so. Can I get a nod? Yeah, the self-insurance fund owes our general fund about $7 million right now. We wouldn't even be having these conversations if that $7 million wasn't in the insurance fund. Maybe we'd still be having some of these conversations, but not to the extent we are. Any way we can continue, and we're making really good progress right now on getting that back, but we're going to need to create more changes to the self-insurance fund in order to not have it be detrimental to people's jobs and to programmatic offerings. So we'll continue working with the Insurance Oversight Committee to hopefully have another, I think we need to have something else in effect by July 1, or certainly before we go into the start of the next school year. And then the last, and this isn't it's not a big thing, but as we're going to see, a lot of little things can add up to big things. We currently have $140,000 in incentive grants, and so we do that twice a year at $70,000 each semester. And so to cut that in half and just say we'll do a one-time thing at the beginning of the year in that first semester, and still provide those opportunities, because there are really good things that happen from the incentive grants, and we also benefit from Nevada Gold Mines continuing to do their grant program with us, and so we could still have some micro grants that can go even bigger than micro grants that can go across classrooms. We would just reduce that from what the district is taking out of the general fund for those. Only one more slide. Other considerations, and these are just topics that I'm sure we'll talk about more, but just it probably benefits us to, I don't think one of these has been done for a long time, and I know that they haven't been done for a long time because we have a couple of schools whose kind of enrollments are out of whack compared to schools around them. And so I think we need to do a comprehensive analysis of school attendance area zoning to make sure that we have the right number of people zoned for the schools that they're zoned to. And then I know this one worried a lot of people. I want to just clarify what this means. So it says evaluate sped caseloads and programming for greater efficiency. That doesn't mean take away special education offerings. It doesn't mean give case managers double their caseload or anything. That's not what that means. What it means is we want to see if we're being good stewards of everything as it relates to special education. Something that you may not know about the general fund is every year we transfer millions of dollars out of our general fund to fund special education. The state gives us a certain amount for special education. The federal government gives us way less than they promised they would about 20 years ago. And so we have some federal and state funds that fund special education, but regardless of whether or not we receive funds when a kid gets an IEP and we have services that are to be provided, we are legally and morally obligated to provide those services to those students. And so what that ends up looking like every year is multiple millions of dollars that come out of the general fund to take care of our students with IEPs. Is it about 2 to 3 million? Yeah, a little over $2 million this year that have gone out of our general fund. That could go to other things, but again, we are legally and I consider morally obligated to do that for those students so they have access to FAPE, which is a free and appropriate public education. There were certain things within, and I guess I didn't even bring this up at the beginning of this, but the other attachment on the agenda item, which I know a lot of you have looked at, says the budget committee report for the superintendent. We all have independent thought, and so a lot of the things that were in there, you saw represented in some form or fashion in the previous slides. There were other things too that were suggested as possibilities, and they're not my current recommendations, but I can be convinced, and they'll definitely need to become considered if other things that I'm recommending are not accepted. We're going to have to get the money from somewhere. And so one of those, and this doesn't represent everything, and I'm sure you will, I know, you will all say, what about this one? So a suggestion was made to cease using Centegix. My answer to that is safety first, and I think Centegix is a valuable safety tool that we have in place, and I think it would be going back in time and back in safety measures to get rid of that. So that's my rationale there. there was a suggestion that we charge fees for credit recovery classes. Credit recovery means a student who is, and this is typically for high school, it could be for middle school, but it's typically for high school. In order to earn your credits to graduate, you have to pass a class in order to get those credits. And so if a student does not pass that class, they either have to take it again during the school year, the next school year, and lose an elective, or they can go in the summer and do credit recovery, or they could be enrolled in a program during the high school year where they're taking multiple credit recovery classes. The suggestion is, well, they got the free and appropriate public education the first time, and they did not make use of it and failed a class. So therefore, in order for them to take it again, we should charge them for the cost of taking that class. Just philosophically, I disagree with that. I understand where they're coming from. If you put me in a speech and debate tournament, I could argue the other side just fine. But I feel like I'm a second chances kind of person. I told you my history a little bit, and I also think that if we hope to not discourage kids from going for those opportunities, especially if it's a financial problem, that we could be doing other detriment to ourselves from a graduation level, from an engagement level. In other areas, I think it could be detrimental. But I understand the suggestion. And then similarly, establish a fee structure and reconsider usage of district facilities by outside entities. To a certain extent, we do this already, but we are pretty giving with usages of our facilities by outside entities. And the reason I am not recommending that is, again, a philosophical difference. I believe our schools should be community hubs. I think we should have a lot of community that happens within our schools. And I think if we charge entities, especially nonprofits or others who greatly contribute to supporting our kids and our families in other ways, then we could be damaging community relationships that way. And so that's my rationale for that. But again, I understand the perspective and wouldn't break my heart if we had to get to that point, given other decisions that get made. So I don't know how long I just talked for. It was a long time. And thank you so much for listening. Thanks for those of you who were kind enough to smile when I made eye contact with you and not look like you want to hurt me. And those of you who looked at me like that, that's okay too. I understand. As I said, I'm not happy about any of these decisions. There was nothing that I sat down. I was like, I know the first thing to go. This one thing sucks and we're getting rid of it. There is a common sentiment that I saw in some emails and some comments. I mostly stayed off Facebook because it's not nice. But there were lots of comments about like, why has nothing been done up to this point? And like, without getting into it too much, you're wrong. To say nothing's been done up to this point, if we knew this was coming, it's categorically incorrect. You may not have been at all the board meetings that have happened over the last 4 years where we have talked about things we've done. You may not be aware of the agonizing conversations we've had and the things we've trimmed here and there, but the goal was always to try to avoid getting to this point without sacrificing people's livelihoods and kids' offerings. But the decline in enrollment has persisted to a point where we're past the point of being able to trim the fat, so to speak. I don't view almost anything that we have from a programmatic standpoint as excess in our district. I think we're doing, I'm probably wrong to a certain extent with that, but I deeply value everything that we have and everything everyone's doing, and we've tried really hard to avoid this situation as best we can. But that is where we are, and that is why we've got some tough decisions to make, and thankfully we're not making any of them tonight. But I think I'm starting to ramble a little bit, so I'm going to stop.
I'll cut you off then.
And I'll answer any questions.
What we're going to do here, folks, is I'm going to start here on my right, if that's okay with Trustee Dastrup. We'll move down the line. I'm going to allow everybody to ask whatever qualifying question you want to. At that point, we're going to move to public comment. I'm going to take that public comment, and then we'll open it back up for the board for full discussion.
Board President, can I just let you know that there are still people in the overflow room? So before we move to public comment, we need a short break to move everyone back to this room for public
Sure.
comment.
And also what I'll do on that, folks, is I'm going to call two names at once. We're going to have I have more to say when that starts, but we're going to have who's first and who's on deck. That way we can keep it moving as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Well, I will start by saying I always want to hear public comment, and so I'm not going to ask a lot of questions right now. I would also like to hear just some of the other comments from the board. So for right now, if you want to go the other direction first, that's just fine. I would like to listen first.
Uh-oh. Gosh, I have so many. Where do I start? Starting with pre-K, do we get funding from the state for that?
We get a certain, excuse me. We get a certain amount of funding for students who qualify for pre-K under certain criteria, primarily those with IEPs and those who would qualify as English language learners. And so we get a little funding for those, but it's not enough to cover the cost of pre-K throughout our district. And so we are supplementing that. I don't have the dollar amount for that, but to answer your question, yes and no. What happens too with those pre-K classes is all of those kids that are in those programs are not entirely kids who qualified based off of IEPs or off of ELL, which is English language learners. In addition to having those students in there, we round out the class with other kids who are would be considered more general ed kids. And so there are students that are in there that we receive no funding for, but because we have space in a pre-K classroom, we fill that space with other people.
Okay. On the textbook adoptions, it probably doesn't save us anything if we look at other districts and they're like buying materials for them because it's probably, their stuff's probably old and they're trying to get rid of it, I would assume.
I mean, potentially it could. I had not thought about checking in with, Lyon County would be the only other one comparable to our size. I guess Clark and Washoe would have an excess. So yeah, I had not thought about talking to another district about, can we buy your textbooks from you?
Secondhand textbook.
Well, I was just thinking,
Hand-me-downs.
as you mentioned, we looked at textbooks. They kind of got delayed. Then we were kind of getting back on track. Now we're kind of being delayed, but maybe it would be worth like, how many teachers are using what we buy? Like, are we getting our money's worth, if you will? I don't know. Maybe delaying that again is a good thing. And as far as the class sizes, I don't remember the proper wording. If we go over what the state says we should have, we have to.
It's the class size reduction plan, is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
So what do we do when we're like, yeah, we need to have 1 to 23, we have to send something to the state saying, hey, we're going over this,
Yeah.
right?
So everyone in the state calls it the Elko plan. That's, I don't know why it originally got called that, but that's what it's called by everybody. And basically what it means is there's an allowance for rural counties to have exceptions to those. And what we do, is it quarterly, Cody, that you fill out a report, or is it every semester? Or? Okay, well, that was nice of them. I always complain about the overburden of reporting. So that was one that they've helped us out with. So once a year, we have to say these are what, and we have to go classroom by classroom across the whole district and say we have X number of kindergarten classrooms that exceed the recommendation class size of blank, and we have to do the same for every class. And so we just have to report that that's where we're at, and what we're doing to try to alleviate that.
Okay, and I guess what I'm getting at is if we have some of those and then we're increasing the class sizes somewhat, that's going to change those numbers.
Yeah, we're down to Is very few accurate statement right now, or no? Okay. Okay.
Okay.
That's, yeah,
That's
I
good to
consider
know.
that to be very few.
Less than 10 was what was said.
Yeah. So it was a lot more, but again, as enrollment has gone down and staffing hasn't changed much around it, those class sizes have all come pretty close to within state recommended areas, yeah.
Okay. And I was happy to hear we're not talking huge numbers for increases, just because I know you can find data either way of large classes, but
Yeah.
It's no fun to teach with 37 kids in your class. Just some thoughts, just throwing them out there, like, can we have traveling sped teachers in those kids? Like, if you're looking at evaluating what's working, what's not, are there places where they could share special ed teachers or share positions like a counselor? And maybe you've already looked into that. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yep.
All right, do we use a different program for credit recovery than we do online? It's the same
It's all
company?
It's all Ingenuity, right?
Okay.
Or Adventum, I mean. Adventum, yeah, it's the same one.
Okay. Just a comment about credit recovery and why we could charge them. I can understand a student taking the class, but when when we're losing that kind of money, some of it must not be effective. So to me, if they've had a chance in school, they have a chance with credit recovery. For me, like, if this is the third or fourth time, I don't see why they shouldn't have some skin in the game.
Yeah.
And I only say that because I used to do credit recovery and online school. And at that time, we did charge a fee. Once a schedule, like I created a schedule, they were supposed to follow it. If they didn't end their class when they were supposed to, and granted, the prices were it's much more expensive now than it was then. But we charged them $35 a week. As they were supposed to get done at a date, and if they didn't meet that deadline, then that put them behind for their next classes.
Mm-hmm.
So that deadline, then they had to pay $35 a week to keep the class open because the class closed. And we charged them for that. So there was some skin in the game, and so I can't give you statistics of how many kids it worked for and how many didn't, but we did used to charge for that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. The positions, sorry, let me get my notes. The reading strategists, those that have an LLC, are those mandated by the state? Because it seems like some of those positions we have to have. Is that right?
Can I get John a mic? I'm sorry. And I was going to say that after too, because we got people in the other room. Yeah, do we have the portable? There we go.
Hi, I'm Candace Turnhue, the Director of Elementary Education. And what Susan's talking about is we have positions that are funded through Read by Grade 3 to provide reading intervention and support for our campuses. We have a reading specialist, and that's a staff member, and that's a stipend, and that's $2,500, and it's per semester. We have a dyslexia specialist, and that's also a teacher, and that's a stipend. And then we also have reading interventionists, and it just depends on how big the campus is how many reading interventionists they have. Our bigger campuses like Mountain View and Liberty Peak, they have 3 reading interventionists. Smaller campuses might have 2 or might even have 1. And those people, district-wide right now, we have 19. We have 12 of our 13 campuses that have them, and the only campus that doesn't have them right now is Carlin, and that's just because we couldn't find anybody to do it. They're paid $2,500 a month. They do 18 hours a week. And when when you break that up or down, it comes up to be probably about 360,000. Did I answer your question?
So is that position mandated by the state that we have to have one?
The learning specialists and the dyslexia strategists are. The reading interventionists aren't. However, it does help the schools when we talk about our multiple tiers of support. And they're usually used at the level 2. Like level 1 would be your Lexia program that everybody uses. Level 2 is more concentrated support. So that would be your reading interventionist.
And so when you say teacher, do you mean they are a teacher, not a teacher at the school that also does that?
So the learning specialists and the dyslexia strategists are staff members, and they just have a stipend. The LLCs were retired teachers that come back and do that for us, or the reading interventionist LLCs.
To make sure your question is answered clearly, so the first two that she said where it is a current staff member, they are a teacher, and then they have an additional duty that they do as the learning strategist and dyslexia specialist.
That's what I was
So
trying
they
to
get a
get at.
stipend once per semester, and that is paid for through the Read by Grade 3 funds, or no, that's all, is
It
that
used to
general
be a
fund?
grant, but now it's all general fund.
Okay, so they took that away and it's in general fund, so all of this is paid for out of the general fund. But the first two that are the stipends for our current staff, those are legislatively required, and the reading interventionists are not, but they fill the tier 2 supports.
And do we have data that shows that they're making a difference?
Our map data this time around looks pretty good. So
And we can relate that specifically to those positions.
I would think so.
Okay. And Read by Grade 3 money, is that going to go away?
It did go away.
Okay.
But how I understand it, Susan, is that the state gives us an allowance. Here, I'll let Cassie talk about it.
Cassie Stolke for the record. With the Nevada plan, we had multiple categorical funds. So we had Read by Grade 3, we had the social workers and school program, and these were all multiple grants that were handled by the grant office. And then the funds had specific purposes that we would apply for. They were all formula grants, but one of them was the Read by Grade 3 initiative. When we switched to the pupil-centered funding plan, they took all the categorical funds and they put it in that one bucket. And then that's now been dispersed within that adjusted base.
Okay,
So
thank
it's
you.
included in there.
Thank you to both of you. That's helpful.
And just to give you a little bit of history too, like years ago when this started, the budget was like $1.8 million. And now we're a fraction of that.
Okay.
You can keep that back there just in case.
Is it possible to expand the online program to use our own teachers, like those that maybe we don't need a position in the schools itself, but do an online program that's our own instead of a company?
Gotcha. Instead of have like an option within an NBA where you're using teachers instead of.
And maybe it's not cost advantageous. It was just a thought while you were talking about it, is maybe we could do our own online program. Don't know. Because I see a lot online of people saying, hey, I'm looking for an online program, and they never mention ours. It's always lots of other programs, but it's never ours. So I was just curious. The Chromebooks, I know you said you're for one-on-one, but do we know how many, and I'm going to speak elementary school, do we know how many teachers their students are using their computers that maybe we could possibly share instead of each kid having one? Like maybe there's teachers that they hardly ever use them, so it would be okay to share at a school, just to look at some savings there. And I know people are probably thinking, oh, these are little things, but every little thing adds up and up and up. So.
Yeah. So I can't even begin to venture into to what extent every elementary school teacher is using Chromebooks. I would hope that given the investment and the positive data that's showing from the usage of Lexia, that it is being used on a daily basis in classrooms.
I was just thinking like if they use it for that at this time and then so-and-so next door uses it at a different time, they could swap those. Like it would just be some way of saving
Gotcha.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Or at any school or high school. I just pointed out elementary because it was easy to get an example.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Okay. And I know Brooke and I have said this before from the class we took with the web-based programs is looking at student improvement based on that. Like Lexia, I know there is some. So maybe that's a way to look at what you can cut and not is by looking at, do you know if there's student improvement? And can you explain to me, what does sixth grade academy mean? Is it anything in particular, or that was just a word you used instead of sixth grade school?
It's just a word I used.
Okay, because I think of academy as something different, I guess, so I just wondered what that meant. And if you only put sixth grade there, then what's your long-term vision for Flagview? To always be sixth grade? Or you don't know yet?
This is an attempt to find savings and where we can. I would not say I have right now a specific long-term. My long-term plan is we get all our kids back and we fill our schools up again. That's my long-term plan. But if enrollments continue to decrease, we'd have to continue to, look at things the same way. Where else can we find efficiency?
And then I think I know the answer to this, but insurance-wise, by law, we can't have, if you have a couple and someone works for the district, but they would like to be on their husband's or their wife's insurance, and then, so not use the school district. If they're employed by the school district, they can't do that because by law, you have to go with your employer's insurance. I don't know if that's making sense. Is that correct, Cassie?
I'm not familiar with the NRS, but since we are self-funded, you have to think of it as a co-op. So if one person decides not to pay in, or a few people do, then you're not getting that pool of premiums coming in. Eventually, if people decide that they're healthy enough and they don't want to contribute to insurance, then the only people that we have on our plan are the unhealthy ones that are racking up the claims.
Okay.
And increasing the cost, and then we have less revenues to cover that.
Okay, thank you.
And in our conversations, because when we're losing as much money as we are every year, or as we have been in the recent past with our self-insurance fund, there has been a conversation, do we just abandon the self-insurance fund and go say, hey, we're not losing all this money anymore and go to an outside insurer in an effort to provide our employees with the most beneficial insurance plan offerings. We haven't done that yet. That would be an extreme thing to do with insurance. You wouldn't find it on my list of recommendations. I think we just need to figure out how to make this come back to reality a little bit, because right now it's a little bit of a dream of an insurance plan. I know it doesn't feel like that all the time, but I don't know how long it's been since some of these folks saw other insurance plans. It's a pretty good option. So we're trying our best to work within that structure and eventually get ourselves to where it'll be better.
And I will let somebody else have a chance here.
Yeah, and what I was going to ask too, if I can reiterate, let's keep this to questions, clarifying questions from the presentation. Then we'll go through public comment, and then we'll have discussion on everything after.
Based on that, I have nothing. Thanks for deflating me there, Mr. Chair.
I'm sure you'll have plenty after.
Oh, I will.
I know there's a lot of folks anxious here.
Yep,
That
and I don't want to keep them any later than necessary either, though I do hope that they will stay for the entirety of the discussion. We see that oftentimes people grab a snippet and that's all they run with. And almost always that's completely wrong. But then we have to spend time trying to correct that. So I really sincerely hope that you will stay and hear what we're thinking. And to reiterate, this is not an action item tonight, but that doesn't mean that these actions won't be taken. So.
And it is on YouTube.
It is, and you can even rewind and go to certain spots. It's amazing. No, in all seriousness, I don't believe I have any questions that need clarification from the superintendent this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Ballard?
I think the only question I have is, we talked about it in our budget meeting. I would just like Cassie to talk on this a little bit. So from what I understood earlier, if we make all of these changes, that gets us to a 0 fund balance, correct?
So the augment that was completed in December took into consideration that we would need to cut $15 million. We've already made decisions to cut the $4 million, in which we would need to cut an additional 11, and then that would get us to an ending fund balance of 0.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to ask that question and make it clear that all of these cuts that would add up to the 11.1 million extra that we need, or anyway, the cuts that we make from here on out is what gets us up to the 0 fund balance, not an ending fund balance of 6% or something. So, thank you.
Well, my questions are similar to Susan. Let's worry about the increase in classes, how many students per teacher we're gonna have. But that's good to hear that it's not gonna be like 10 or 15 in every teacher. Another thing that we talked in the past is insurance. And do you know like what percentage we're talking about the increase? Because in the past we talked about it and it was just like a small percentage, and we needed to be a lot higher than that. And I think that's one of good ways of saving money. And do you know an idea of percentage?
Yeah, so I would not even say that I intentionally left the insurance thing very vague, because I'm not suggest that that's not even a CJ thing to decide. We have a whole committee that talks about that and works together to come up with something that feels mutually beneficial and reasonable. And so I wouldn't even say it would be like a certain increase, a percent increase in this area. Like we work with our insurance partners to find something that can find savings, is not a massive change in coverage for our employees. It's like a pretty delicate balancing act to try to make a change that is impactful, but doesn't totally upend, the cost to the employer, the cost of the district. And so I don't have a good answer for you with that, which is why I didn't even venture a number to go along with that. It was just that we would try to do something new. I will say that the change we made last year was pretty aggressive. And so last year, for this year, we made the change last year going into this year. So as much as I'd love to have another equally aggressive change, we also have to be considerate of people's well-being and their offerings and not changing it too much back-to-back years. So we'll be looking at different opportunities, but in the end, it's not something I even feel comfortable getting more specific than I just did.
Another question is about the Chromebooks too. So every year, how many Chromebooks are we buying? They're not
Charles,
working for a couple
voice
of
of God
years.
into the room, please.
Yeah. So we purchased to maintain our fleet between 2,000 and 2,500 Chromebooks annually to replace them before we lose support with Google.
Okay. Is there any way that we can ask like parents if student loses their Chromebook, or they're paying for that, or?
Yeah,
doesn't
we have a
work?
fee structure already in place for if there's something that's obviously intentional damage or loss of Chromebook, there's a fee that's supposed to be collected. I'm sure most of our educators are softies, and so people may not always collect those fees, but there's an expectation that that's done to a certain extent. If it's just incidental damage or whatever, we have warranties to cover that, and that doesn't cost us additional. But we do have some fees in place already for abuse and negligence.
Thank you, Dan, that's all I have.
Thank you. Dr. Byers?
I mean, unfortunately, everything's been kind of asked, so I don't have anything right now, but I'll join the discussion later for sure.
Absolutely, yes, and we will have discussion after this. What I'm going to do now is we're going to go to public comment. I'm not going to go through the whole speech again, but it's 3 minutes, folks. Please keep it relevant and to the discussion.
Board President, we need a brief break to gather those from the overflow room, please.
Sure.
And
break
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
in regards to public comment, there are two things that I would like to address the group with first, but we can do that after we take the break.
I think we're just going short here to get them.
Dang it, because I was going to run down the restroom. All right. I'll wait.
I think we should do a break.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess. My clock just turned 7:32. We will start at 7:37. And I'm learning. No, I definitely want to hear what everybody has to say. Yes. All right, 1 minute, folks, 1 minute. All right, let's call this meeting back to order. All right, we're still on item 4.04. It's receipt, review, and discussion regarding the superintendent recommendation for plan to address budget concerns. I'm now going to go to public comment. Just a reminder, again, I'm not going to go through that whole speech, but it's 3 minutes is the maximum. You don't have to use it all. Please keep it relevant to the agenda item, and we'll see if we can't get through this. And I'm going to start with Jesse Lacey and Mackenzie Ratliff will be next. Is there Jesse Lacey?
Mr. Chair, as Ms. Lacey is making her way up, may I just put in 2 quick comments?
Absolutely, go ahead.
We've received a lot of emails, multiple emails asked about transparency and a breakdown of the savings. The $4.4 million breakdown is in both documents. So if you're asking for that, please know that it's in there. As to the recommendations that the superintendent made, he delineated that pretty substantially. So again, please don't ask for more of that. Just to save your time and everybody else's in the audience. Another thing that we got repeatedly were comments about paying for doctorate degrees. So I'm going to address that really quick now to hopefully, again, save some time with you all. We can't really address what you all are saying to us because it gets into a non-action item, even though we're on action. So I just want to try to throw that out there now. Because I was the board president, when the superintendent contract was last negotiated, superintendent came in with a dollar figure that he said, this is what I'll take the job for. We as a board said, well, that's a little bit more cash than what we wanted to pay for. And we suggested that we reduce that. One of the ways that we reduce the cash, but still keep total compensation the same. One of the ways we did that was to say, we'll pay for a doctorate degree because I asked him point blank, that's a lot of money. What can we do? And he said, well, would you be willing to do this? So I brought it back to the board. I suggested that we approve that because paying $8,000 in cash would have come with an additional $3,136 in other benefits. So in paying directly for his degree, we saved the district $3,136. Now, I know that many people are going to say, well, that's just silly math. I get that. But when he came in at this level, if we had said, we're not paying the extra $16,000, is that going to result in him not taking the job? We don't know. We didn't go that route, but I just wanted to address that. We keep hearing about this doctorate degree. Instead of paying $11,136, we paid $8,000. That was the compensation that it took to retain a superintendent. So just wanted to throw that out there. So again, if you guys have questions, I'm happy to talk to you about it one-on-one, but wanted to throw that there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And one last thing I'll throw out there too. I'll remind you, this is public comment, period, not public question, period. And that being said, I appreciate you coming up earlier, but if you have questions, my email address, send it to them. We'll make sure you get those answered. So without any further ado, Jesse, you're up. Thank you.
All right, guys. So I wrote all of you guys an email, and some of you I've heard back from, so I just want to say I appreciate that. But I wanted to come and show my support for my school, but also reiterate just a few of those ideas. So I just want to show you guys my disheartenment and concern over the proposal of Flagview Intermediate School. Flagview is a unique school for several reasons, but we have shown growth, improvement, and been achieving goals continuously. Through the guidance of our current administration, the strategic hiring of him and his teachers, he's put together one heck of a group that is now constantly meeting, achieving goals. Our winter map scores testify for themselves. I encourage you to reach out and ask any of our admin for them and consider those numbers before we consider moving teachers. The scores testify to our success, both as a school, a student body, and we have also welcomed numerous students back to public education. We have brought in numerous homeschool students that are now back in the public education, giving us those dollars to help balance our budget. And I believe that's a huge thing we need to think about. Most people won't go eat crow and put their kid back in another school that they already left if we move 5th grade down. Many of the other things are already noted in my email, so I please look at that. But a couple of things that I do have, which is things to think about. With 6th grade being an academy, does this outline for me and for 6th grade eventually to be absorbed back into the other schools? If this is a thought, a plan, anything to be considered, please be transparent to the staff, the students, and the community. Many of us are thinking about it. At Flagview, we're very concerned. 6th grade doesn't want to be sitting ducks. And we want that transparency. And if that's the plan, that's okay. But let us know and let us be prepared for that. Also, the 6th grade academy, what does that do to star rating? What does it do for comparison in the state? There is no other school in the state of Nevada that is a 1 grade level school. How do we answer demands by the state with success if there's nothing to compare to? Lastly, is this best for kids? 5th grade and 6th grade are very development appropriate years. By our school, we provide them with leadership opportunities and directly help them mature, where at a younger elementary age, this has changed, and it also provides instability by taking them from 1 grade level to a school for a year and on to Adobe. That's a lot of pressure at the age that they're at, and at Flagview right now, we do a darn good job with helping prepare them to lead in the future. Thank you.
Ratliff, and I'll have Clayton Temple on deck.
Hi, I'm Mackenzie Ratliff, and I've been a long-term sub at Mountain View Elementary for the last 4 years in a 2nd grade classroom. I will graduate in May with my elementary education degree, making me a certified and licensed teacher. For those of you that are teachers or have taught before, you know what an elementary classroom entails and how intimidating it can be, especially your first year. I spent my entire first year drowning in a classroom full of high-energy 2nd graders who are not only learning how to be students for the first time, but were also learning how to navigate life without masks and social distance. I was completely lost. Stayed at school way past my contract time just to go home in tears and work more. I would arrive earlier than most every morning to prep, study the standards, study the curriculum, and create a classroom where those kids felt loved and seen. Each day, no matter how unsure I was that this was the job for me. It took no time at all to realize how demanding teaching is. And if it were not for my amazing admin and fellow colleagues that lifted me up and answered all of my 243 questions a day, I'm not sure I would have stuck it out. I'm only telling you this in hopes you all recognize how difficult the role of a long-term sub truly is. And I feel I owe Elko County School District a huge thanks for allowing me to start my teaching career as a long-term sub. I would be nowhere near the teacher I am today without the trials and tribulations I have faced over the last 4 years. At the same time I'm thanking you, I feel like I've also done a favor for the school district. Long-term subs were hired because there was not a certified teacher to fill the role. So we, long-term subs, stepped up to take on that role. With the recommendations given regarding long-term sub pay, a 32% pay cut, leaving paychecks about $1,600 less than what we're currently receiving, I can't help but feel unappreciated and frustrated. I fully understand the position I'm in as a long-term sub, and I understand I'm at the bottom of the totem pole. I, however, would like you all to consider the benefit us long-term subs have been to the school district and these students. I'm here to ask you all to please explore other ways to fix the budget that is not on the backs of those that showed up when you needed people. Please take a brief moment to consider all that we have done for you. This is a hard job and much harder when walking into it without experience or education for said job. We receive trial by fire and we walk through it with smiles on our faces and love in our hearts. I believe that anyone that has spent any amount of time in my room can vouch for the warm, welcoming, and engaging environment I have created. On paper, I'm a long-term sub, but in reality, I'm a safe place. Sorry. I am some students' only source of love and hope. I am a teacher, I am an educator, and I love my job. I love helping the young minds of this community advance in their education. I'm not only advocating for myself, but also for the students of Elko County that have a teacher in their classroom because someone decided to step out of their comfort zone to better the lives of others. I understand that all of you are faced with an extremely difficult task due to the budget cut and you're all in the hot seat. But please don't forget that we helped you and we helped the students of Elko County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we got Clayton Temple, followed by Leslie Stewart.
Alrighty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board and the superintendent's office for this opportunity to speak. My name is Clayton Temple, and this is my 19th year as an educator with the Elko County School District. In 2007, after graduating from UNR, I started my career as a 6th grade teacher at Grammar No. 2. At the end of that year, I was informed that I'd be moving to a new intermediate school to be housed in what was formerly Elko Junior High. 18 years later, having taught both 5th and 6th grades, I am now the librarian media specialist. I'm proud to call Flagview my home. And everyone there, my family. In those 18 years, I've experienced a lot at Flagview, and I can honestly say that the last few years have been the absolute best. That is a testament to our administrators and all the hardworking individuals who also call Flagview home. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else. As the last remaining teacher from the original crew that started at Flagview, you can imagine how despondent I was to receive the news in our staff meeting last Wednesday. All of Flagview was crushed, completely devastated. The sheer dread was palpable in the air as a dark cloud descended upon our school, upon our home. That dark cloud remains as our staff, our students, all who are part of Flagview's family's fates hang in the balance. This talk of Flagview's consolidation is a heavy burden being placed upon one school in a district of many. Why is it that Flagview must bear this burden alone? Why must Flagview become the district's Atlas, condemned by Zeus to bear the weight of the heavens upon his shoulders for the Titans' transgressions against the Olympians? It is something that doesn't seem fair to our staff, our students, our families, our community. In closing, I'd like to focus on Flagview's library. A wise librarian once told me that the library is the heart of a school, a place students can come in, check out a book, talk, or a place to share a happy moment in their lives. It's a place where Hope Squad meetings take place and other various after-school activities. For teachers, the library is also a place where they can come to sit during a prep, share a laugh, receive a hug, vent, or even cry. A place to be heard, validated, and loved. And that goes double for our students as well. If Flagview's consolidation is ever up for a vote and passes, half of Flagview's heart will die that day. What a blow that would be to our district and community. Finally, one very real fear is that Flagview is in the crosshairs for complete closure. If in the future it comes to another vote at Flagview and is deemed unworthy yet again, then that heart would cease to beat in perpetuity. With the last shutting of the library's door and with the final audible click, when that lock sets for the last time, that will be Flagview's death knell. Thank you.
All right, Leslie Stewart, followed by Gregory Reeder.
Thank you, members of the board. I'm glad to be here. they've been wonderful. So now I hope I can hold it together. But I just wanted to, I'm a language person. As you all know, I am the EL coordinator for the district. And let me take a deep breath. Okay. Anyway, so of course, I'm going to be here to maybe give you something to think about, maybe plant a seed for you in your minds for a little bit. But if we're losing enrollment from parents taking their kids to homeschool or from parents going to the charter school, maybe perhaps we need to think outside the box and think, what is something that we can provide as a school district that will bring those kids back to us, right? And so one thing, me being a language person, I'm thinking, hey, who provides bilingual education in our district, in our county? No one. So in my mind, I'm thinking, why can't we provide that somehow, right? We already have a lot of community members that speak another language, parents that probably would love to have their kids be bilingual. And so if we provide that, then we have maybe something that no one else can offer. Another thing also that I was thinking was creating, I know we have an NVA for students that can't really do school, I guess, that don't want to go to school, but they can do it from home because they feel comfortable with that. So why not provide something for the gifted kids, like an honors academy, right? I've heard academy here today. So, providing that for them as well. And so that, who else has an honors academy? I mean, wouldn't parents want their kids to come or go to a school that provides higher education, like maybe PBLs, like, let's see, like inquiry learning, or maybe STEM, or STEAM, include the arts, the science, the math, all that. I know we have those in different schools right now, but if we had that honors academy and provide that, I feel like we can get parents to come back to us with their kids. That went so fast. Anyway, so I know that the district has talked to teachers about having a growth mindset and not a fixed mindset. This is a growth mindset. We need to think outside the box, and we need to think about how we can bring those kids back to us.
Your time's right on. Thank you. Gregory Reeder, followed by Caleb McAdoo.
I've been a part of this school district since 1979, when I came here as a teacher at then Elko Junior High. I advanced all the way till when I retired in 2008. I was the vice principal at Spring Creek High School. Two things. Taking away intramurals from junior high is going to create an issue you don't want to see. The issue is going to be those kids are going to go wild. They have nothing to do. They have nothing else to do. So they're going to create a discipline problem for all of you. Now, I don't know where the idea to have athletes pay to play came from. I was a coach under Moyle Kump at Elko High School. I won the only state championship at Spring Creek High School in football. And I can tell you this for a fact. If you start having people pay to play, you're going to create a nightmare for your coaching staff. The nightmare is going to be, if I'm paying so my kid can play, why isn't he on the court or on the field? The next question I have for all of you is, Where does the pay-to-play money go? Does it go to the general fund? You've got some tough decisions to make. I know that. I sat through your workshop today. The state has messed up all of rural education by not funding it the way it should be. For all the people that didn't attend the workshop, the board is trying to do everything they can to keep this district afloat. They got a tough job. They got to come up with a budget by April 15th. It's not going to be a lot of easy decisions for you to make. But I know I've been here for a long, long time. I'm not going away. Like those kids that were up here earlier tonight, they're not going away. We got to find a way in the state to fund what's rightfully ours. I saw how many districts are on that watch list. 7 of 17.
It's time. Thank you. Let's see, Caleb McAdoo, followed by Katie Moss.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Caleb McAdoo, for the record. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of myself as a parent. I've been a resident of Elko County my entire 42 years of life. I went to school here and I've enjoyed Elko and called it my home. I want to state publicly that I value and support our educators and each of you in your respective roles in supporting the education system in Elko County. Your jobs are often thankless, but know that we value what you do and know that you're trying. I recognize that the fiscal situation will ultimately come at a cost to those that we value greatly, our students and our teachers. With that, I am concerned that we have arrived at a dire situation that should have and could have, Mr. Anderson, been anticipated by you far sooner than last fall. I believe that the numbers that this board has had before them painted a picture of anticipation that could have allowed us to work through these challenges far sooner to deal with some of these very troubling things ahead. For years, the budget has been supplemented with soft ESSER money. There were those among you that raised concern of this funding expiring. Coupled with decreased enrollment, this has created a perfect storm. The lack of foresight to anticipate this perfect storm is concerning as a member of this county that has entrusted you to manage our funds and provide an education for our students. Was that my time?
No.
Okay. I have some items that I think should be explored, but I recognize that I'm not an expert. I have a trade and I act within that. I'm usually sitting where you're at and people are normally talking to me. A few items that I suggest we should look at. I believe that a 1% enrollment decrease projection is inadequate to chasing the runaway train of enrollment. I suggest in future budgeting, perhaps we should go a little bit further and look at a higher projection. Of course, I don't want to cut too far, but it seems we are not catching enrollment. With enrollment, I ask, are we addressing the underlying issue? Are we asking those that are leaving why they're leaving? And are we responding to that? Maybe there's valid reasons that these students are choosing to leave our schools and no longer enrolling, and I think we should address that. Some of the other issues I think get a little bit tougher in my recommendations, but I ask, what is the ratio of administrative staff in the district office to teachers? I have other items and I can provide them at a later date.
That's
I appreciate your time and thank you for what you do.
Send them in an email, please. All right, Katie Moss, followed by Holland Wines.
Hi, my name is Katie Moss. I come before you as a parent and a substitute teacher who cares deeply about every child in this district. Tonight, I ask a simple, critical question. Are we really, truly putting the students first? Every dollar in this budget matters. Every decision directly impacts students' learning. In a financial crisis of this magnitude, we cannot accept reductions or changes that fail or prioritize their needs. Programs are being reduced, class sizes are or will be increasing. Families like mine are being forced to seek outside reading specialists. I pay out of pocket to see a meaningful progress in my child's education, especially reading in the 5th grade. Let us honor the responsibility we share, ensuring teachers, staff, and students receive the resources they truly need, not simply cutting what appears to be easiest. Leadership requires an accountability. When difficult decisions must be made, they should begin at the top. Respectfully ask that you, Mr. Anderson, and the CFO consider a 5 to 10% reduction in your own salaries, along with the rest of the central office salaries that are as part of the solution. Please explain why you feel it's necessary to make changes at Flagview. How is this benefiting the children? Are you staging an event over time to completely close Flagview or sell Flagview property? Where are all you getting the numbers for Flagview, and what comprehensive study did you guys do to evaluate each school? Not that we want any school to close, but it's a fair question. Why Flagview? True leadership means taking responsibility and making sacrifices that protect students and the educator who serve them every day. Why are the surface level explanations about enrollment trends sufficient to justify decisions that directly affect the classrooms, the teachers, and the students? Our students deserve transparency, accountability, and decisions that genuinely prioritize them, especially those who are most vulnerable. We act with honesty, respect, and purpose. It is our children who benefit. Every budget decision affects our children. Parents should be able to rely on this district, not their personal finances, to provide quality education. They are counting on us. Let us not fail them. Thank you.
Holland Wines.
Did I just accidentally click something? I'm so sorry. I'm speaking tonight as a taxpayer, a parent, and someone who works directly with the children in this county who are struggling to read. I want to start with this. Our teachers are not the problem. Many of them are doing the right thing behind closed doors in spite of the system, not because of it. And far many are too afraid to stand here and speak honestly about what's happening. That alone should concern us. There's a well-known outline framework in literacy that roughly 1/3 of children will learn to read fairly easily with minimal instruction. My daughter happens to fall into this category. Another third require systematic and explicit instruction. My son fell into that category. The final third require even more repetition, intervention, and support. Her son falls into that category. If our county reading proficiency is around 30%, that suggests that children who would likely learn to read anyway are the ones succeeding, and the other 2/3 are not being adequately supported. That is not a teacher failure. That is a systems and priority failure. When I read these cuts, I see teachers removed, class sizes increased, materials reduced, sports eliminated. Every line item impacts students and teachers, and what I do not see are any meaningful sacrifices at the top. There are still things that can be cut. When a family budget is in crisis, parents do not start by removing support from their children. If we are asking teachers to do more with less and asking students to thrive with fewer supports, then leadership must be visibly sharing in that sacrifice. I also want to address trust. You continue to point families towards online options like NNVA. I obviously support parents having options, but the real issue is not modality. The issue is trust. Homeschooling is not a fad. It is a response that comes with a lot of sacrifice. And I know this because these people are calling me when they're pulling their children out. I'm the person that they're calling, and I get no joy in that. I get no joy in that. If a homeschool mom can see the reading crisis from her living room and try to build services to address it, surely this institution can do the same. Our children deserve leadership that protects classrooms first and bureaucracy last. Another thing that I would like to say is I am the founder and president of Room to Grow Resource Center. I have worked over 4 years now, salary-free, and we are writing grants nonstop trying to help with this reading issue. So I want you all to know that we're not the enemy. We're really trying hard to come in here and fill some of these gaps. Thank you.
All right, I got a few letters here. I'm going to read into the record. I'll do my best to make it through this one. It's a little longer, but we'll go by the time. Sorry, and this is from Nancy Davila. Dear Superintendent Anderson and District Board Trustees, my name is Nancy Davila. I'm a parent of 6th grade student at Flagview Intermediate, PTA board member for the last 6 years at both Southside Elementary and Flagview Intermediate, and the Elko County Administrative Deputy Treasurer. I will be speaking on these 3 points of view regarding the current situation that the Elko County School District finds itself in its budget shortfall. As a parent to a 6th grade student at Flagview Intermediate, I see firsthand how hard the teachers and staff work, and I'm struggling to understand why Flagview was selected as the school targeted for closure. An earlier attachment on the agenda released for February 17th meeting stated that there would be a comprehensive zoning review and facility utilization study that will allow us to identify schools operating below the optimal 85 to 95% utilization rate and determine where boundary adjustments or building consolidations could lead to substantial operational savings. Later that same day, the attachment was updated that day to specifically state Flagview consolidation. When was this study conducted and where are the results of the study? Why did the initial draft not specifically mention that a specific school had already been selected? There are other schools with higher upkeep costs and lower utilization, such as Grammar Elementary and Sage Elementary, so why is Flagview being singled out? Additionally, where is the data that shows there's a cost savings of $500,000 if Flagview is converted into a 6th grade academy next school year? There must be other options that do not involve targeting Flagview's teachers and staff and leaving them without employment. I feel for them and believe that no teacher or staff member should lose their job. As a PTA board member, I've always taken pride in supporting my child's school and helping raise funds to supplement what the district could not. At Southside Elementary, for example, we were able to fund the 3rd and 4th grade playground swing set just a few years ago. That experience made me feel like I was contributing to something meaningful for our students. Because of that, it's deeply concerning to see that despite years of declining revenue due to changes in the state funding formula, there appears to have been no significant cost cutting or long-term planning. Now that the situation has become urgent, the board is proposing drastic changes that will directly affect students, teachers, and families. When I talk to my child, she worries about class sizes increasing. She already describes classrooms as rowdy, and I can only imagine how much more challenging it will be for our teachers to manage larger groups and for students to learn effectively. And finally, in my role as Administrative Deputy Treasurer, I've also seen firsthand how the state's education funding formula changed in 2020 and 2021. Previously, I remitted property taxes, central assessment, gaming revenue, and proceeds of mine directly to the school district. I now remit those funds to the state controller's office. Where do they do the recalculation and remit to the school district? This recalculation has reduced the amount our district receives and the decline. Folks, that's time on this letter. It's almost done there, but if you'd like to hear the rest, you'll be able to find that in the meeting minutes. Move on to the next letter from Danielle. Did you already speak? No. Okay, sorry, from Danielle Ruffridge. Dear members of the school board and superintendent, I'm writing as a parent in our district who is deeply concerned about the recent discussion surrounding budget cuts and the potential impact on our schools and children. Like many families, I'm worried about the possibility of school closures, increasing classroom sizes, reduced student activities, and the loss of dedicated teachers and staff who play a critical role in our children's education and well-being. While I understand that the financial challenges can arise, it is difficult to accept that these consequences may fall so heavily on students and classrooms when enrollment decline has been evident over several years. As a parent, I respectfully ask how district leadership is taking accountability for failing to adjust budgets earlier to reflect this trend and for not acting sooner to prevent the severity of the situation we are now facing. I'm also concerned about whether meaningful cost-saving measures are being addressed at the highest administrative levels before cuts impact schools directly. Parents deserve to understand what steps are being taken by those in leadership positions to share in the responsibility and sacrifice during this time. Additionally, the lack of clarity in the district's financial documents is troubling. The accounts payable reports and code sequences are extremely complex and difficult for parents and community members to understand. This makes it challenging to clearly see where funds are being allocated and how decisions are being made. I respectfully ask why there is not a more transparent and simplified system in place that allows the public to easily follow how district money is spent. Our children's education, emotional health, and opportunities should remain the district's highest priority. Transparency, accountability, and proactive planning are essential to maintaining trust within the community and ensuring that students do not bear the greatest burden of financial missteps. Thank you for your time and for considering the concerns of families who want nothing more than a strong and stable future for our schools. Respectfully, Danielle Ruffridge. Got two more. Dear Superintendent Anderson and members of the board, I'm writing as a concerned taxpayer in Elko County to formally voice my opposition to any proposals seeking external bailouts or tax increases to address the current $5.9 million budget shortfall. While I understand the district is facing challenges related to declining enrollment and rising PERS costs, the solution should not be to ask for more from the taxpayers. Families in this community are already tightening their own belts due to inflation. The school district must be held to that same standard of fiscal discipline. I am requesting that the board prioritize the following: internal audits, a thorough review of administrative overhead and non-essential programs before any mention of new funding, prioritization of core services, focusing existing funds strictly on classroom instruction rather than capital projects or administrative expansion. And long-term sustainability, implementing a budget that reflects the reality of current enrollment numbers rather than relying on one-time fixes or taxpayer-funded rescues. The district must find a way to live within its means, just as the citizens of Elko County do every day. I look forward to seeing a revised budget that reflects genuine fiscal restraint and accountability. If you knew you had a budget shortfall, why would you approve an 11% raise for staff? Thank you, Eric Heinbauer. And last but not least, good afternoon. I wanted to send an email as due to my employment schedule, I am unable to attend the meeting scheduled for tonight. I have 3 children enrolled at Elko County School District and 2 that will potentially be affected by the decisions you make regarding the budget cuts. 2 of my children are special needs, and although I try very hard to push them to be in the public school system, it has been very challenging. Grammar number 2 has gone above and beyond to assist me so my daughter can succeed. Increasing class sizes will prohibit this type of assistance in the future. Every school struggles with bullying. This is the main reason why many children's parents have made the decision to homeschool. I know this because my children have been victims of bullying, mostly due to their special needs. Increasing class sizes will inevitably increase the bullying. I believe the teachers are doing the best they can, but class sizes are too much to monitor now. This will result in the loss of additional children attending or enrolling in a public school. I keep my children in the public school system because I want them to thrive in life and become positive, productive members of society. I believe the public school system teaches school pride so they become proud of their achievements and being part of something bigger. I believe the public school system teaches children how to handle life problems. Middle school has sports cut from the school, which will lead to loss of interest from the children. They will lose the concept of school spirit. Can we possibly just send 5th and 6th graders back to elementary and keep staff? This might save money from the expenses of the use of school. Getting rid of teaching positions will result in a potentially bigger cut of student enrollment next year, as parents will opt to homeschool methods if the public system can no longer offer the things homeschooling doesn't. I plead and urge you to find other avenues of budget cuts that does not involve cutting staff. Sincerely, Susanna Shelton. All right, that concludes the public comment that I have here. I want to thank each and every one of you for getting up and for sending those letters in. As I mentioned earlier, I have that sheet out there that's got the email addresses and contact information all of your state legislators and federal legislators, the ones who control the purse strings, the one who have made sure right now that we're between 46 and 48 in school funding across the nation. There's only 3 or 4 states that fund worse than we do. And we're behind on that from the get. Before you even open a book, we have extra transportation issues, we have extra topography that we have to deal with, all those things before we even open a book. So there's something that needs to be done there. I urge you, please send those letters to your state representatives, to your federal representatives, so they can get a clearer picture of where we're really at. And that being said, I'm going to close public comment and we'll turn it back over to the board for discussion.
Any particular order you want to go in, or you want me
I'm
just to
going to
jump?
just open the floor at this point. Chair recognizes Trustee McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want you all knowing that no matter what decision we make at some point in the future, because we're not making a decision tonight, this is not an easy decision. It's also very frustrating that in our attempts to be as transparent and to give as much information as possible, that it creates emotional turmoil. That is not our intent. Number of months ago, 2 months ago, I said, well, if we have lost 10% of students, then we need to lose 10% of employees. That equates to 70 positions. And I named 3 schools that could, in combination, make up those 70 people. I was called out for calling out specific schools. I was called out for creating chaos, and I accept all of that. Yes, I opened my mouth. I was just trying to say this is the reality of where we are, so that the employees and the staff of a specific school weren't blindsided by a agenda that was posted by legal requirement. There was notification given about 24 hours in advance. That created emotional turmoil. There's not really a good way of doing that, folks, and I'm sorry for that, but I just need you all to understand that. This is not about us, but I know I'm not the only one who has lost sleep over this on the board, let alone our staff, our administrative professionals. So with that, the reality is we have an $11.1 million deficit that we have to cut. I've heard that we're not supposed to touch. I've heard many people say, don't touch teacher salaries, don't touch classroom reductions, don't do these things because it's impactful to student well-being and student abilities to be able to learn. So if we didn't touch any of that, then that's 8.8% of the current general fund budget, or a reduction of 59% of all non-compensation. That would include transportation, classroom supplies, daily maintenance, and utilities. Basically, 60% of that would go. That is the only way to make it work. It's just numbers. It's not, I'm not trying to say that's the threat. I'm just saying we've got to find 11.1 million somehow. We're not going to find it by bringing students back into the district that quickly. We will have to cut. Conversely, I've also heard flag view is important, classroom sizes are important, substitute teacher pay is important, and I forgot the 4th one, I apologize. There was something else in there, and I apologize what that is. It added up to about $6 million. So let's see, we've got $4 million on the low end for freezing and classroom reductions. That's okay, so those 3 things. $4 million for classroom size reductions, $1.5 million for substitute rates, and $500,000 for flag view. $6 million. If across the board, all compensation was cut by 5%, my understanding is, because it's 85% of our budget, that would reduce in about, or that would produce about 5.3 million in savings. So we've got 3 options or some combination thereof. Cut 60% of all non-compensation. Not going to happen. we're going to be in this room with 40% of the lighting. We're going to have 60% of our bus routes cut. Our paper towels are going to be reduced by 60%. It's just not feasible, folks. I'm sorry. We go through with the procedure of what the superintendent suggested, and that gets us to the 11.1, or we cut 5% across the board for all compensation. I don't know that our staff is going to be very happy with that, but those are the options or some combination thereof. If somebody else has another way to save $11.1 million, please let us know. So with that, it doesn't help anything now, but one thing, Superintendent Anderson, that I'd like you and staff to look into that was mentioned in at least one, possibly more of our conversations with or emails from the public. Master's and doctoral degrees. If we froze that currently and let people grandfathered in that already have them keep them, but we stopped paying for master's and doctorate degrees, what would that, one, result in savings, and two, how would that impact future hiring and or promotion within? Next up, your recommendations, the recommendations I should say that came from the committee, you said you were good with most of those. I want to say thank you very much to, yes.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Please.
Just want to clarify what you're asking. Are you saying that, were you asking, when back to the degrees, were you saying what savings would there be if we were not paying, for example, me to get a degree? Or are you saying that what if we do not compensate teachers additionally for getting more degree? Like,
correct.
Like not make that part of the pay scale? Like,
correct.
I would assume unless it leads to, like, in order to get an admin degree, if you need to have a master's, then obviously that would lead to a pay increase. But you're
Sure.
saying not have something on the scale that by getting X number of credits or X number of X degree, you don't move up because of that necessarily.
Correct.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Sorry about that. Thank you to the partners for the intramural sports. I know that was a big thing, but I do appreciate the support throughout the community on that. Substitute rates. It's difficult having a 32% reduction in pay. Certainly is going to make it harder to recruit, let alone those that have retained, and when they stepped in to help when we needed them. So perhaps it doesn't result in as much savings as you were anticipating, but perhaps we exempt those that are actively pursuing or have recently received their teaching degree. We need qualified teachers. Having qualified teachers would mean we wouldn't need long-term subs. And so perhaps we find a way to say, hey, if you're pursuing this actively, then we're going to continue paying you at the higher rate. Just a suggestion.
Grandfather those in is what you're saying. If a change were to be made.
Something along those lines, if a change were made. Pay to participate. If we're going to go this way, then I respectfully request that the only, or maybe the primary hardship waiver be attached 100% to the free and reduced lunch form. We currently have a participation of less than 40%, if I recall correctly. So with less than 40% participating, well, that comes down to federal monies. And so if we can get more people doing that, then that would help us with getting more income coming in as well. Additionally, if we're going to do that, I don't think we need to have a flat cost. I'm just going to throw out activity A almost assuredly costs less than activity B. So we need to look at what the cost is for the district if we're going to do that. Flag view. I agree that many people have said, well, if you're taking 5th grade, how long until we take 6th grade? So let's talk that through. What would it be as the expense for the other schools to absorb 6th grade? My understanding currently is that we don't have the capacity for that, so it would require additional modulars, and it will almost assuredly mean rezoning. One of the comments was rezoning only for 6th grade. I think we need to rezone all of it if we're going to rezone. But either way, I think the remaining staff, if we go this route, I think the remaining staff at Flagview deserve at least a year's notice of if we're closing Flagview, then we need to let them know. We're only giving fifth graders right now, fifth grade, let me rephrase that. I don't want to say fifth grade teachers. We're giving half of the staff really only 3 months notice for their end of their contract here, 4 months maybe. I think we need to do that, because if we're going to close them, let's just close it and make sure that we're transparent on that. You rejected a number of the comments or the recommendations from the committee, and you covered many of these. On the credit recovery, I understand grace completely, and I want to show grace. So along those lines of perhaps not charging them, do we say, okay, well, you don't get electives because you don't get to have the fun stuff if you're not getting done the stuff that needs to be done? And or does that prevent driver's licenses? Can we attach, you don't get a driver's license if you need to go into credit recovery because you can't graduate, you're not getting the driver's license for putting that through that form. Maybe something we can discuss there. Again, just throwing things out. Facility rental. Full disclosure, I work at the Elko Senior Center. We rent out the facility. Prior to joining this board, I was on the board of the Elko Convention Visitors Authority. We rent out the facility. This is not an advocacy for either of those entities, but I want to make sure that folks know, yes, I recognize that I have something at stake there. I spent 20 years in hospitality where we rented out facilities. We have facilities that are in demand, and I hear where you're coming from on it being a community hub and some, some goodwill that's created there. I think that we should reconsider that. There are ways to, in fact, the convention center at least has a nonprofit rate. Many places have a nonprofit rate, so there are still ways to be able to do that. And I think that that's a revenue source that we're overlooking. Yes, we want people coming into the building, but it is still something that we're losing that revenue source.
Trustee McCarty.
Please.
If I remember on the presentation, I'm not sure I accurately identified that as an item that would be at the board's discretion, because we have policies that govern the usage of facilities, and right now it states things such as typically the district will not charge 501c3s. It's like we have language that around that. And so I think that if that is something that the board would like to have on the table for discussion and make changes to, it would have to come in the form of policy. We could work on what that fee structure would be, but that would only, if we were wanting to kind of blanket do it, the board would have quite a bit of impact there with suggestions to revisions for policy.
Terrific, thank you. And then Centegix, I recognize why you're seeing that as a safety issue. That the committee indicated that it was a duplicative service. So I'd just like to see what their understanding of why it's duplicated, unless you have that information available.
Yeah, they're claiming some duplicity in that with the updated TCUs or communication systems in some of our schools as part of getting Centegix up and running. And this isn't uniform across all of our classrooms, but there are classrooms that have like buttons in them for calling to the office or calling for like a lockdown siren kind of thing. So those do exist in some classrooms throughout our district. So there is redundancy there in that if a teacher activates their badge in a room, it's the same as if they push a button in their room, the administrator knows which room to go to. Where it is not redundant is if that teacher is in, or that staff member, whoever it is that pushes that button to notify of an emergency or situation, if they're anywhere in a school or on school grounds or on district property that is not a classroom. So that is not doable on the football field. It's not doable in the parking lot. If someone gets assaulted, it is not, there's no button to push. In this boardroom, there's no button to push in lots of places. And so while that button serves a certain function in specific classrooms throughout the district, it is not a universally available safety measure that is everywhere in our schools.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Two more things. There were a few things that you didn't address. I had two questions, or questions on two of those. One was COVID-funded positions. How many do we still have of those COVID-funded positions? And what are the justifications for retaining them? If you have that right now, great. If you need to follow back up with us, then that's fine. And then the last thing, this, you kind of addressed part of this, and it's in regards to the field trips, athletic, extracurricular, co-curricular, et cetera. I sent a question in to you and you sent it over to Mr. Canning, so thank you for that answer. It's my understanding that there were approximately 430 trips that were intramural or intra-district. It was a cost of $110,000 roughly. The school year most recently completed. That may be, again, something to say, yeah, folks, if it's within the district, there's going to be a cost to do that. We realize it's only $110,000. $110,000 as a teacher, and just something that we may need to be able to look at as well on those. So those are my thoughts. Trustees, thank you for your patience, and attendee or audience, thank you for continuing to stay. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Trustee McCarty. Anyone else on the board? I see you down there.
I know.
Dr. Byers.
But I see the person behind you staring at me too, so. I'm gonna be really quick because Mr. McCarty here is taking a lot of points. There's a lot I support. I don't necessarily want to go into each and every one of them. This is, I mean, it's tough. You guys didn't see. There has been a lot of work. I agree with Mr. Anderson that it's categorically false that nothing's been done. We've talked about this since I've been on the board. Matter of fact, I talked to a previous superintendent about this when I got on the board. And I've said it whenever finances have come up. So I don't agree with that at all. And then I also have always said, and I was elected on the premise that everything is on the table. So when I say these things, I don't mean that it's again, it's not an attack on anybody. We have an awful decision to make, and things have to be done and said. So, Mr. Anderson, I would agree with Mr. McCarty that we look at, just basically look at where our payments are across the board. Maybe a renegotiation of something, maybe looking at other talking to the unions about things as far as pay is concerned. I think Mr. McCarty talked about, we don't have good options here, so that would be a suggestion. I love technology, I really do, but Chromebooks seem to be something we can look at as well, a reduction of use there. There are current studies coming out that are stating that the use of those technologies are not as effective as we think they are. So it could be something to that extent, especially Chromebooks. I understand a one-to-one, but maybe there's something we can do otherwise. So those are the two ones I have. But again, most of what Mr. McCarty here has said, I agree as well, that they need to be looked at. And yeah, moving forward, we're going to have to figure out what to do. So we're being as transparent as we can up here. We're doing what we can. And so just have patience with us. It's, again, not personal. It's just what we're stuck with at this point. So
thank you.
Go ahead. So, making hard decisions is never easy, especially when it affects teachers, people who care about our students a lot and work hard. But we're not making any decisions today, but it's something that we have to decide what to do. And it's hard. We need to find a short solution for the problem that we have right now. And I just want to see the declining enrollment to see how can that's for a long-term solution. How can we keep our students? How can we bring them back? What can we do for that? And I know that's not going to fix anything right now, but it's going to, for the future, it's going to do a lot of good. And yeah, I think everything else, all the other recommendations, they're small and we're gonna have a lot of saving, a little bit of savings here and there, but yeah, I don't see a solution that is gonna be easy, and maybe talk to the union and see if we can salaries, and I think that's gonna be a fair solution, but I don't know if that's possible or everyone's gonna agree on that. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment about building fees. Just as an example, Las Vegas at their schools requires someone that uses their school, you have to pay all kinds of fees to use that facility where it's, nobody even can afford to use it. So maybe looking at, I know you talked about policy, but possibly looking at the policy again to have some small fees to cover even something like the Performing Arts Building, where you have lots of equipment there that eventually is lights, those types of things. You know, a small fee that would go into a fund specifically for those types of things. I think it's worth looking at. And just to piggyback off what Josh had said, looking at negotiating with the unions. Those are just my added thoughts to what I already said. I won't repeat anymore.
Trustee Ballard, you have the floor.
So I have figured out I have ADD, so I've got notes taken everywhere, so I'm sorry if it's kind of jumbled and I jump around a lot. But I just wanted to thank everybody for coming and for talking to us about your opinions and sharing ideas on how we can save money, and just all the emails we've received, the phone calls I've received from teachers, the time that admin has taken to talk to me about different things, and leadership here. It's really helpful in helping me to make the really hard decisions that we're faced with. So I just want to thank you for that. I also want to say that, you know, no matter what ends up being cut, we have to cut things in the district, and it doesn't mean that we don't see you, we don't recognize what you've put in, we don't appreciate everything that you've done, but there do need to be cuts made. And since the majority of the budget, the general budget is salaries and benefits, that's just naturally where a lot of that's going to have to come to. Having said that, though, I think that there were recommendations given to CJ by the committee that he's not sold on, that I'm sold on, because I kind of feel like if we can save money in certain areas and that saves a teaching position, then I think it's worth it. We look at where we're at, where student enrollment has gone down and teaching staff has stayed up here. And I was watching that as a board member, but the fact of the matter is the things that teachers are required to do now are far greater than they were before. And so part of me just thought, you know, with how much teachers are expected to do and with how hard teachers work, we probably need this many teachers. Even though student enrollment has gone down, we probably need this many teachers to just be able to get all the things done that are asked of us, and all of the unfunded mandates and things that the state sends our way. And so I don't love the idea of getting rid of a bunch of teaching positions. Those are the people that are having the biggest impact on our students and on their achievement. And so my opinion is that if we can make money in certain areas or we can cut other areas to save money, that's what we need to do before we cut positions. And if that means we save 2 positions, awesome. If it means we save 6, even better. And so some of the suggestions that were given by the committee that weren't on the superintendent's list of recommendations, I think we should look into, and I'm in favor of a lot of them. Credit recovery courses. I appreciate CJ's big heart and saying, you know, I'm all for second chances, and I was that student and I was there once. But I think sometimes the world we live in today, responsibility and accountability are missing, and it's creating problems. And I have no problem with saying you had a chance to pass that math class once, or you had a chance to pass that science class once and you didn't, and here's your option for credit recovery, but there will be a fee associated with that. When there were 1,300, and I don't know the exact number without looking it up, but there was 1,300 and some odd credit recovery courses taken last year, and over 600 of them resulted in a failure, and the district is having to pay $150,000 for failed credit recovery courses that kids are taking. I cannot justify that. That's more than a teaching position. And so I also think if these kids have a little bit more skin in the game, you'll see a higher rate of passing those classes. And probably you'll see a lower rate of kids that need to take those credit recovery courses. Also, if it saves the district money to not offer those through the online platform, then I say we really push that direction. I remember being in my freshman math class and freshman science class and sitting next to a lot of seniors that had to sit in there throughout the year to retake that class. And instead of having some kind of a fast-tracked program to help them gain that credit so that they can graduate, they had to sit through that whole year of class again. I think it's high time we start kind of setting the expectations for our kids a little bit higher, requiring more of them. I think it would be, in the long run, students prepared for the future. I think that would really achieve that. So that's where I'm at with credit recovery. As for charging for facility usage, if we are not charging for facility usage, which I didn't know that was happening until now, I'm completely against that also. If there are organizations or different groups of people in our public that, and I love that about CJ too, like that he wants that to be the hub, he wants the schools to be the hub of the community. I love that. And if we were in a different financial position as a district, I would say absolutely. But that's not where we're at. That's not the reality of our situation. And so I think there needs to be fees if people are using our facilities. Just for the overtime that our maintenance people are having to work and cleaning staff and everything else to get those buildings ready for the next day if school's in session or whatever it is, the amount of money that's going towards payroll to do that, or upkeep and maintenance, and like she brought up the performing arts building, people sitting in those seats and wearing out those seats, like eventually those seats will have to be replaced. We must, as a district, especially in the position that we're in financially, we must charge.
Hey, Brooke, can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
I apologize if this was, I don't think it said it explicitly this way, but it seems to be the way it was interpreted. It would be inaccurate to say we are not charging fees to anybody to use our buildings. That's not correct. I would say that we do not have a clear and delineated method for who does not, what that rate is going to be at each building, depending on what that building is being used for, et cetera. So there are times when fees are being charged. The Performing Arts Building is a wonderful example of many times when people are being charged fees. With all of those things in mind: seat replacement, equipment replacement, updating, maintenance, overtime, all that type of stuff. Utilities, having the lights on. There's a lot of lights when you turn you get that theater on. So I just want to make sure that's clear. It's not that we're not charging anybody. It's that we have a very kind of ambiguous and just kind of leave it up to the site administrator on how they rent out or let out their building for entities based on community relationships and that sort of thing. So just want to make sure that's clear. It's not that we don't, it's that it's not consistent. And if we wanted to be rigid about it, that would probably require some specific action, as I mentioned earlier. So just wanted to jump that in there.
Well, thank you for that. And that's, I'm not saying that we don't ever charge, but I have talked to site administrators who've said they are often used and they're not being charged for it. And some of those at the direction from district. The other one on here, just a question for CJ. Have you gone to each site administrator to see where they can cut cost and save? Because I've talked to some administrators and just off the top of their heads, they were already kind of saying, well, you know, when I look at the amount of students in my school and I look at things operationally, because I know my site and I know my facility, I've already had people telling me I probably could cut X position or so have you gone around the district to each site administrator to see if there are additional savings that they can, or that they know that they can do at their own sites?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't want to say as in I've personally done it by myself. It's a collaborative effort with our leadership, but I would say for the last 3 years, as far as site budgets go, it's been a constant conversation on a monthly basis, basically, of we need to be cautious about how we're spending here, you know, giving direction, giving guidance, et cetera, cutting off spending when we get to a certain point, that sort of thing. And then as far as positions go, yeah, throughout the kind of end of the first semester and all the way up until now, we've been having one-on-one conversations with every site administrator to say, hey, what's your, you know, this is what your enrollment looks like. That's what this looks like from a classroom standpoint. What other, and brainstorming with them on how to make that work at their campus. So those have been happening. Some places easier than others to make those determinations, but yes.
Okay, and that'll kind of tie into my thoughts on the Flagview recommendation. But before I get there, when I've talked to a bunch of teachers and heard that Lexia, they feel like Lexia is really showing showing a lot of improvement in their students in their reading. And so I know that the LLC reading specialists were started during when we had Read by Grade 3 and ESSER funds coming in, those positions. And we have 19 of those positions making $2,500 a month to come in and work 18 hours a week in schools, at school sites as reading specialists. What I'm hearing from teachers, and I never thought about this until I heard from a teacher actually outside of a board meeting a while back, that she feels like Lexia is providing, you guys talked about that Lexia would be the tier 1 support and the reading specialist would be that tier 2 support. She said she feels like Lexia is providing an amazing tier 1 support for reading and that it's also helping to supply that tier 2 support because it gives the teacher, the classroom teacher, all the feedback that it needs on individual students to know where they need to work with that child, where they need to put extra effort into that child. And so then that classroom teacher is able to offer that tier 2 support. And so I would really suggest that we look into, you know, when we had the funds coming through Read by Grade 3 or ESSER to pay for those 19 reading specialists, when we had those funds coming in, awesome, but we no longer have those funds coming in. And now our general fund is having to pay for those positions, which is $350,000 to $360,000 a year. I think that that's something that we need to look into more and see if the program that we purchased, Lexia, can give us that growth that we're wanting to see in our kids as far as reading goes and achieve those goals and be able to have that cost savings of not renewing those contracts with those LLC teacher reading specialists. I'm telling you, I have notes everywhere because I've been all over town talking to people. Let me just look. I'm sorry to take everybody's time too much. As far as the Chromebooks go, I saw a study, now I just gotta find it. But, so I saw a study and it was talking about how kids are not developing cognitively because they're on Chromebooks and they're on these things too much. And so they're not developing cognitively like they used to. And so they suggest, and I've had a conversation with CJ about this. Their suggestion is, and this is how I feel. I'm gonna just state how I feel. CJ can explain how he feels if he'd like. I feel like the savings that we would see from going to classroom carts that are shared, and you have two at the elementary level. You have a cart and two classrooms share it, and they can plan their day around if they're using Alexia and all these and the different programs that we are seeing some good results from. Those teachers can plan their day around, I know I have my Chromebooks in the morning and my teacher next door has them in the afternoon. And have our kids that are in elementary school using them when it benefits them, but not at a 1-to-1 ratio as far as elementary age kids go. And then we would be replacing less every year. I think I read in the committee's deal that it says, well, it said that doing that would save hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know exactly how many hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it said it would save hundreds of thousands of dollars in replacement fees during that cycle of replacing Chromebooks.
You're saying if we reduced them, went away from 1-to-1 and just had the class sets?
Yes, classroom carts that are shared.
Yeah,
And then
so
they still utilize them when they need to for testing or whatever. And I don't know logistically how that would work at a school, but I think it needs to be looked into. I think that we need to let our kids learn in a way that helps them to develop cognitively before they're on these Chromebooks all the time. Because I see the world that our kids are all entering into. They're gonna be entering into a world that is tech-driven and that they're going to need to know how to operate these computers. But I think that they can learn that and be proficient enough by the time they graduate, even if we start that later for them. And so I see the cost benefit of it, and I also see the benefit to students and their learning and just all the things that we're trying to achieve here. And that is, I just want to stress that. As a board member, we're in a tough place here because we have to look, our foremost thought should be, how does this affect student learning and achievement? How does this affect our students? But at the same time, we have to be responsible with our budget. And so I think we have to look at every one of these in a way where those are those two main questions is, you know, what are the best ways to save money, but also how does this affect our kids? And I think if we're not asking those questions with every one of these cuts, then we're not doing our job. And so I really do actually like the idea of the technology and web-based programs, 250,000 plus. Maybe that's that hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know exactly where that number comes from, but by reducing expenditures on, oh, well, actually you said that savings comes from buying less expensive Chromebooks. So my idea is buy the less expensive Chromebooks and go to the classroom carts in the grade school, and that savings will be even more, and I feel like our students will benefit from that personally. And so I think we should look into that more.
Can I just, you're saying specifically at the elementary level, is that what you're suggesting?
Yep.
Do you have elementary means different things to different people. Do you have an idea of what would you propose?
I mean, I don't know.
K4, K6? No?
Well,
You want me to, okay.
I think, yeah.
Elementary.
I would say elementary level where at least K through 4.
Maybe if a school, like, would we want to do it by grade level or like, we're getting into a discussion here, but
Yeah.
just like designation of the school or grade level across the district?
I think grade level across the district
Okay.
personally. But I mean, that's just my recommendation, is to look into that further and
Okay.
see how we could do that and what the cost savings would be. And I think that that was something really, when we did the survey, the community voiced concern about their kids being on technology too much, and that they feel like learning's gone down because of the way that they're doing work in school, and that it's all online or on Chromebooks. So let's see. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. So as far as Flagview consolidation goes, I think that that's another thing that we have to say, okay, Flagview consolidation, $500,000 plus is what the estimated savings are there. By utilizing some of these other ways to save, maybe we don't have to disrupt an entire school population and send teachers to different schools and have them possibly teaching different grades and everything else. I think before the board takes any action on this, we need to be looking at MAP scores. We need to be looking at growth from, you know, what's the growth at the 4th grade schools in Elko? What kind of growth are they having in math and reading? And then what does it look like at Flagview? And compare that to what's 5th grade growth look like in Spring Creek, where the kids are actually staying in those schools. But we can't just, because I'm getting emails from both sides. I'm getting emails from elementary school teachers that are saying, we believe that it's the best thing to keep 5th graders in elementary schools. And then I'm getting emails from Flagview teachers that are saying, look at our MAPS tests. Look at our achievement. Look at what we're doing here. And why would you want to throw a wrench in everything that we've worked for here and possibly have it disrupt, you know, the students' learning and their achievement and everything that we've worked here for, you know, and that doesn't make sense. I can see both sides of it. And so then I think to myself, well, they both make good points. They all are sending me links for data and different studies and all these other things. So I think we really need to look at the data. We need to look at what's this going to do to student achievement. Is moving kids back to 5th grade and having teachers teaching different classes going to result in worse test scores? Like we're trying to get better at math and reading and all these other things. Like, how's that going to affect that? I just think that's something we need to look into more. I saw another thing in here. Oh, the pay to play. So I have 4 boys. I have some boys that wouldn't care what their grades were if it wasn't for sports and for grade checks. And I just think sports are so important in school for so many kids. And I don't want to do anything that would make it hard for kids to participate in sports. At the same time, I don't think that it's unreasonable for the district to recoup some of those costs. Right now, you know, we're paying for everything. The kids pay for their, as far as I know, the kids pay for their spirit packs and the district picks up everything else. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that, you know, families have to pitch in for concussion tests or $40 towards the program. And if that means that coaches need to rein in their spirit packs a little bit, I think that can be done. Sometimes I look at those spirit packs and I think, this is excessive. Well, actually, I've bought spirit packs before. And at the end of the season, I go, 5 of those items never even got used. And so I think coaches could really look at those spirit packs and how much those are costing families, rein that in a little bit, still have everything that they need for their kids to participate in that sport, and then also require them to pay a portion of what it costs to run these different athletic programs and have that also be a cost savings to the district, and not have it be in any way something that makes it too hard for any kid that wants to participate to be able to participate. And as Matt said, have something in there that if they are a child or a student that would be eligible for free and reduced lunch, that, you know, there's a different fee that they pay or no fee. So I do think that that is something that could be looked at. And districts around the state, there are other districts around the state that are doing that. And unfortunately, that's where we're at. And I agree. I think that we need to, as a board, I mentioned this in our budget workshop, I think as a board, we really need to do our part to make our voices heard, to put pressure on the state, and to make, and in our community, make our voices, like, talk to people and let them know, inform people so that they know to, thank you, Jeff, for printing out that paper with all the different people that they can contact and voice their opinion to at the state level. But something needs to change at the state level because the current funding formula is not friendly to rural districts. It's not sustainable. And there definitely needs to be a change there. And unfortunately, we're in the position that we're in and have to make some really, really hard decisions. And it's not fun. And I just want everyone to know how much I appreciate everything that you do, all the time that you guys put in to make sure that our students are successful and have a safe place to come to at school. And that's it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, this is a lot, right? These are big decisions. We have to make tough, unhappy, unpleasant decisions, right? However, I appreciate the input on, hey, why don't we do things to bring kids back? Why don't we make Elko County School District the place you want to be? Because we have these awesome teachers, we have awesome programs, we have awesome ideas. So I want to roll with that, right? We want to do things where kids want to be in our schools. With that being said, if we can make that happen in the next month, that would be awesome. Everybody just go to work, right? Let's make, all of a sudden, we have 1,000 kids re-enrolled in Elko County School District, and this conversation totally changes. I know that many of you are trying to do that every day, trying to get kids to, you know, be happy to be at school, want to have, you know, the opportunity to learn. Over 20 years ago, Flagview came to be Flagview, right? Or around 20 years. And my understanding is that that was a temporary solution because it used to be the junior high and Elko schools were getting crowded. And here we are, almost 2 decades later with Flagview Intermediate. And I love the passion that I have heard tonight. And I know many of you work tirelessly to, you know, give your kids the best education they can possibly have, regardless of their circumstances, regardless of whether they're your top performing student or whether they are struggling and they barely made it through kindergarten and you have them as a 5th grader. So I have no doubt that you are working hard to make awesome things happen at Flagview. On the flip side of that, I have talked to so many parents that say, I wish we didn't have Flagview. Not because they don't like the teachers, but they say it's just one too many transitions. I wish we just had, I've had people say, I wish we had K-6. And then we had a middle school and then high school. And so you've asked, you know, what's the plan for Flagview? I don't know the answer to that question. We've got to make some big decisions. You know, years back, there was discussion of making it a second, when our enrollment was high, of making Flagview a second, you know, junior high. So we had Adobe and Flagview, and they were both 7th and 8th grade, and building another elementary school in Elko. When enrollment was high, I was totally in favor of that. Like, let's make that happen. Let's have 2 junior highs in Elko. Let's go K-6, in our elementary schools, that would be awesome. I have a 6th grader at the middle school in Spring Creek. I wish he was still in the elementary school, honestly. And I love his teachers. I love the opportunities they have there. But I feel like when we transition these kids into, middle school environment, and they're in 5th and 6th grade, we are forcing some of these kids to grow up and do things, have conversations that they shouldn't be having as 5th and 6th graders. So, like I say, do I know what's going to happen to Flagview? No, I don't. We've got to make some crazy big decisions here. There are other things we're looking at in the district. Like I say, I love everybody's ideas. I love to hear all the input. I love the emails. I have not responded to hardly any emails. That is not because I haven't read them. This is tough. And I don't know if you want me to say, thanks for your input, because sometimes that's what I've got. Because there are so many things going through my mind, and all of us up here are just trying to figure out, what do we do to take care of our kids? What do we do to take care of our staff when the state has been shortchanging us forever, and then they change the funding program and continue to shortchange the rural districts? I appreciate that Jeff printed those out. Talk to your legislators, talk to the people at the federal level, the state level, and say, look, we are suffering. And guess what? We do a lot. We have kids that graduate from schools in Elko County who do awesome things. And why don't we reward that? Why don't we look at education first? Yes, the education budget has to pass first before anything else. But that doesn't mean Nevada puts education first, and we should. And as a community, we need to voice that to our state, saying, let's put education first, so that we're not sitting here saying, hey, we might have to cut some teachers. We may have to cut programs. We might not be able to, have a kid who will not pay to play because they do not want to put their parents in a situation where they're like, hey, I don't dare ask my mom and dad to pay for this, because maybe we can afford it, but maybe we can't. But you know what? I'm not going to play. And instead, I'm going to go get a job, and I'm going to drop out of school. Okay? I've coached a lot of kids at different ages throughout the years. And those kids who are involved in more than just school have a lot higher probability of graduating, whether it's athletics, whether it's a club, whether it's a career and technical education class. And I've said this, and I have friends who are math teachers, so math teacher friends, don't be offended. But not very many kids come to school because they love math, right? But we know they need math. We know they need science. We know they need English. We know there are things they need that they may not love, but they come to school and we have to provide those things for them. But some of those kids need a reason to be at school. And so when we're looking at different ideas on what do we do, how do we take care of our district, we have to look at what gets kids to want to be at our schools. And if we don't have things they don't want, that's why they don't come. Or if we've got kids who don't have a safe place to be because they're being bullied, and we recognize that's an issue, right? But those kinds of things start in the home. And we have to be really open about that in our community. Be like, hey, we know there's bullying going on. We know kids are getting, pulled out of school, and this is uncomfortable, and they're homeschooling because they're being bullied. Well, as a community, why aren't we fighting that? It's not just these people up here. It's not you as teachers that should have to be fighting that battle to try to keep kids in school because they're being bullied. That kind of stuff has to start in homes. And so I guess as we make all these decisions, as we have these discussions, my challenge is talk to your neighbors as well as your legislators. And, the better our community is, the better our schools will be. The more involved parents are, the better our kids will be in school. So be an advocate for your kids, be an advocate for other kids who may not have somebody that cares about them. And it will make a difference in these kinds of conversations because we'll have kids who want to be in our schools. So the rest of the board has addressed a lot of the items that were on the list. And we have a lot more conversations to have about that. But I guess that's my challenge tonight is really look around and do your part to make our community better. I appreciate our, I'm gonna say our long-term subs who have, who have stepped up. And I hesitate to give them a 35% pay cut because it's gonna save us a little bit of money. But we have to come up with some other ideas, right? Maybe we've got some critical needs teachers that aren't critical needs anymore. And we can say, you know what, you guys have been awesome. We love you. Thanks for all you did for all those years. Now go and enjoy your retirement. Go have fun. Go do something that you enjoy and, enjoy that retirement. Anyway, there are lots of things we still need to discuss. But thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for your input. Thank you for your emails, conversations in grocery stores, wherever. None of this is going to be easy, but let's work together to make some good solutions.
Thank you.
I'll add one thing too. Can I just add one more
Yeah,
thing?
go ahead.
I'm probably going to be the least favorite person in this room around the people I see the most. But I have to agree with a lot of the community members that have communicated that cuts should start from the top. And I'm not saying that positions need to be cut, but I think if we as a board are saying, maybe we need to talk to the unions and maybe we need to possibly have teacher pay or salaries reduced just a little bit, whatever that looks like. I think district staff needs to also have some skin in that game. We are business owners, and I'll tell you, there have been years where business has been great. And, you're finding ways to spend money to help save taxes. There's been years where business wasn't great. And we have gone without paychecks, and we've gone without Christmas bonuses and different things as owners to make sure that our staff, that our employees are getting those things in. If that means that we go without it so we can give it to them, that's what we do. And that's what good leadership is. And so I think that needs, so.
All right, I'm going to keep my comments brief here. Mainly because I'm feeling really cynical right now, really kind of pissed off because we're sitting here arguing about what we're going to cut from those kids that were here earlier today, from Northside, from everybody. And I want to point something out. It's not going to be raise of hands or anything, but I would bet that the vast majority here is from Flagview. And it's symptomatic of our society that nobody gives a damn about anything unless it affects them directly. And I appreciate all you guys coming out. It affects you directly, and we're seeing that. But I'm telling you right now that kids reading at a 30% proficiency level is affecting us directly. Every time you go to the store and try and get change or try and get, Look, we've done everything we can here tonight to be transparent with you. We've given you every bit of information that we have. If we're not making any decisions tonight, we're gonna work on that. But just sitting here again, talking about cutting from these kids when we accept mediocrity from our legislators, from our leadership, myself included. I mean, I'm sorry, folks, that I didn't see some of this sooner. It just wasn't there. The signs weren't there. We've been straight enrollment. We had peak enrollment 2-3 years ago. We were just talking about 10,200 students, and it's just fallen off. And with a multitude of factors, but I think all of those factors are the fact that we aren't giving enough to our kids, and that's got to start from somewhere. We're doing everything, and I'm going to look you guys all in the eye and say these recommendations are probably what's going to happen. I know there's going to be some changes, but for me, I'm going to be honest, it's the one that makes the most sense. There's other stuff I'm curious about, like some of our rural schools that we have, whether those are cost effective, and I'll ask those questions. But the fact is, we're losing 600-800 students. You don't need as many staff. Now, hopefully, all of that's covered by attrition, like we talked about. I won't have to fire anybody. I want people to have options. There's going to be room in the district wherever. And like I say, decisions aren't made, but it's just really interesting to me that the folks that this really matters to is that because it's you directly. And there's all these folks out here with all these other cuts we have to do with intramurals, with just different programs and all that, that it's just not quite enough to get them out. I mean, all my letters, the emails and stuff I've been getting is flag view centric. Man, I feel for you guys. I'm really, really sorry that we're going through this. I want you to know that I'm doing the best I can on the other end and working with NASB and trying to lobby, being on those legislative committees. But I need your help. I need all your help. And it's not, I'm taking it past writing letters. I'm saying your neighbors need to write letters. Your friend, I mean, we've got to start somewhere. And these discussions of cut have got to stop. And that's, we are where we are, but I don't have to like it. That's all I have to say about that. I want to assure you folks that we've been as transparent as we can, that we will continue to do so, that I'll make sure that all the items that are relevant are included in all the agendas. And like, for example, we didn't have to throw those budget committee recommendations in, but we did anyway, just so everybody could see that. We're going to do our very best. I know you've heard from everybody. You know we care. You know we want to do what's best for everybody. And we're going to do our best to do that. So unless there's any further comment on this item, I'm going to go ahead and close it, and we'll move on to 4.05, which is review and discussion regarding proposed revisions of policy GDB02, substitute teachers, licensed employees. That's also a non-action item.
Mr. Chair, can we
Yes.
break for just a moment? I'm sure most of these people are going to leave. It may be a bit disruptive.
I'm not sure. We're talking about that substitute pay, but. Excuse me? No, that's not what you're hearing, and I'd appreciate you not saying that, because that's not what's happening. And those are the kind of rumors that we've been dealing with, and the stuff we've been fighting for months now, of people talking when stuff isn't facts. Please stick to the facts. This is non-action. We are not taking action. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. So this is a first read of a proposed policy revision. It's not action, usually, so everyone's, this is a little different of a scenario because this one is directly tied to one of my proposals, which is the reduction of the sub and long-term sub rate. So what is here as a red line directly reflects what that suggestion is. Usually I seek your feedback on, what your thoughts are on that. And so we can run that the same fashion. The idea here is that of why it's here, even though no decisions have been made, because I could see how this could be interpreted as, well, what do you mean no decisions have been made if we're looking at it? You guys can sit here and say no comment, and then, or you can say, I don't like it. You can say whatever you want to say about it. But in the interest of me thinking that me proposing that this is something we need to move forward with as one of our many cost-saving measures, I'm willing to take some feedback on this, and
I'd go ahead and start on that. It's just saying that it's something I wouldn't want to do immediately. I think we should continue those rates through the end of the year, just so that it's not a shock to anybody who's already made plans or is set in their role, and then to go say, hey, tomorrow you're getting this much less. I think it would do better as a year-to-year transition.
Could you explain the different types of subs that we have?
So we have regular hourly subs, and then we have the long-term ones. So a long-term sub is anyone who is in a position for longer than, is it 2 weeks? Yep, I'm getting a nod. So if they're in a position for more than 2 consecutive weeks, then that's considered to be long-term. And when you're doing that, you receive an increased pay rate over what someone who just pops in here does, or that one does, or that one does. And so the pay rate was significantly more for a long-term sub. It would still be more. Looks like under this recommendation about $56 more. Oftentimes with a long-term sub job too, there come some additional responsibilities. Like if you're the long-term sub in a classroom, you're doing grading, you're doing lesson prep, you're doing other things that you may not be doing as just a pop in here and there sub, where things are there for you. You walk in, you do the thing, and then you leave, and then you're gonna do another one. Not trying to diminish what a substitute does, but there are different things that a regular sub does versus a long-term sub might do. And so A would represent what a daily sub would be, and B would represent what a long-term sub would be.
But is there a different type of sub? I don't know how to word it. For example, if you can't, a sub has to have 2 years, or no?
Oh.
Is that not?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Cody. I'm gonna let Cody answer this one. There are emergency subs, and there are
That's what I
like
was-
certified subs
Okay.
in the state. Yeah.
To your answer, yes, there are 4 different types of subs that I think you're looking for. The emergency sub, which was created and allowed for rural districts to use. That's a substitute teacher with only a high school diploma. Then you have your regular subs, which would need 60 credits to get a sub license. Both of those subs are currently paid under Section A of that policy. And then the other 2 types are both long-term subs, but usually we have, we've provided some documentation for you about when you look at other districts, you'll see vacant long-term sub and long-term sub. So I think those are the 2 positions that we're talking about here. A vacant long-term sub is someone that's fulfilling a vacant position. That person started at the beginning of the year, and they're going all throughout the entire year in that position. A regular long-term sub that Mr. Anderson talked about would be someone that's been in a position for 2 weeks. So that could be someone that's taken over a class for those 2 weeks for FMLA, for maternity leave, for whatever reason. So when you go and look up other districts online, you'll see probably all 4 of those types of subs, which fall into these 2 categories.
So we wouldn't need to specify those 4 types because they're in A and B?
You don't need to specify them, just as we haven't in the past. If you want to create different sub rates for someone that's fulfilling a vacant position compared to someone that's filling someone that's out on FMLA, or if you want to distinguish between those 4, yes, you would. But right now, no.
I like the idea, for the long-term sub, I would like to see only like 10%, which would make it,
You're saying a reduction of 10% rather than the 32,
yeah,
I think that was cited,
because
equivalent to what
we're
we're doing
gonna
with the
have
other one.
long-term subs due to either illness, like hopefully we don't have because of vacancy, but I just think that's a steep cut.
I agree with Susan. I guess I've already voiced that.
The only thing I'd say is it does put us with the average that's being paid across the state. We were very high. Look, I'd like to keep paying them too, but
But we also need to retain those because we have to have substitutes. And I'm not saying necessarily for the category A.
Just want to ask, so what you're saying is we get to pay the government tax, the uninformed government tax, because we're Elko County then? That's what, I mean, essentially what you're saying is because we're rural, we have to pay more than the average, is what I'm asking. No, I'm asking, Miss
We
Susan,
paid
I'm
more
asking
because
you.
it was tied to teacher raises.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. I'm
Right.
just asking where you're getting your, I'm so sorry if
I
I
just
come
wanna
across,
make
I'm
sure I have
tired,
it
so I'm
right.
just trying to figure out,
No,
it's
that's good.
late. for me. And so I'm just trying to figure out, this is a first read. And so I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to say so we can get more concise and so he can have more direction in what you're trying to say.
So I would not say that these were, I mean, and again, Cody, you may need to come back to the microphone. I don't think these were increased or tied specifically to teacher raises. I think that, again, Teresa said it in a great way, and I think I said something earlier, but she probably did it better than me. You do different things at different times. Just because you did something at one point because the need existed at that point doesn't mean you need to do it into perpetuity. And so coming out of COVID, there was a great need to fill vacancies. And so incentives were given at that time to have a long-term sub position be more attractive and to and to fill those needs. If there are going to be, reductions in positions across various schools, that need may not exist to such a great extent. And then also just to say, like, well, at that point as well, coming out of COVID, that's when we had 10,200 and something kids, and we didn't have an enrollment decline issue, and there were funds available through ESSER and through other things to put towards different incentives, whereas those don't exist anymore. And so we have a significantly smaller number now of long-term subs than we did 4 years ago. I mean, I remember that number being closer to 100 at the time when we came out, and now that number's 30. Yeah. So, I mean, we don't even, that need is not the same as it was before, and that doesn't mean that, like, it doesn't devalue it. It's just we were in a different situation at that time, and now we're in a much different situation, both financially and from an opening standpoint for positions of that type. So I think it's just a course correction to what our current situation is the idea.
It says it's off the base salary for licensed personnel, so if their salary went up, the sub price would go up, wouldn't it? That's where I'm getting that from, is just looking at that.
Yeah, Cody's coming.
Maybe I'm just misunderstanding it.
I think the misinterpretation is the specifics that we're talking about. The current policy that's crossed out is tied to salaries. So that's why it's increased over the years without any decision on your part. Once the decision is made on the base salary, then it automatically increases this. I think the confusion's coming is the current recommendations are not based on salary. They're based on the average of the other districts that they found online, and then they went through and took that average salary and made that recommendation.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Cody, please don't go anywhere quite yet. Did you say we have currently 20 long-term subs, roughly?
It's a little less than, it's like 25 to 30. I'd have to go through most
30,
of them.
sorry. And if I'm doing just some quick math, if we're saving 1.5 million by doing this reduction, then we have way more as a percentage of total sub pay that's temporary, or that's not temporary, but the shorter term, the classification A pay. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's correct, because when, not in the last legislature, but the prior one, when the PERS requirement for 719 hours came into, so then yes, you automatically add 36% to the long-term sub category. That's why it's so much more. Your category A's, they wouldn't receive PERS for their hours worked because they stay under 719 hours, but obviously long-term usually do, and that's why their salary would be substantially more in the numbers provided.
And what would happen if we didn't fill those 25 positions? Classrooms would be bigger?
Yes, yeah, I mean, obviously the long-term subs in specific areas will be the first ones next year that will be considered for replacement with current ones, but you got to keep in mind, we also have the Owahis, the Jackpots, areas out there that don't have the staffing personnel that would still need long-term subs. So just to say no long-term subs, probably not, well, I wouldn't recommend it.
Sure, I'm not saying eliminate it. I'm just saying that if we decide to go for the 32% cut, and that means that none of our current long-term subs come back, reality is we have 25 open positions.
Correct. And,
Okay.
and that's why there's specifics on when you would make that take place.
The 287, or sorry, the 10% cut that you were looking at, Susan, that would make it consistent with the class, or the part A, classification A, classification B, both being about 10%, would put the hourly rate at $287.10 at a straight 10%. I'm in disagreement with my fellow trustees in that, yeah, I say go ahead and let's reduce it down to 217. But again, I request that not be for those that are trying to become teachers. I think we need to use that as an incentive to become a teacher. If you're going to be long-term sub and have no desire to get a teaching license, okay, but I don't know what those numbers look like. So I would say if there's a way to, with a pool of 25, I'm hoping that we can, not come back and be able to say, yep, 3 teachers are doing it, and we know it's these 3 teachers. I don't know how to protect their privacy and anonymity and not have it be talked about them in a non-personnel session if it's a small number, but I'd like to at least see those numbers. What does it look like? How many are we looking at that would be exempt?
The vast majority of them are in a pathway to licensure on that. You can create another category, so to speak, which would be a long-term sub and a pathway to licensure, and then you could set a category for those. Then we would just request, our department would request that they're in proof of enrollment, those types of things.
But that would, of course, eliminate the $1.5 million that we're looking at for savings. And taking it down to 287.10, do we know what that would produce in savings?
I'm sorry, are you asking if we just did it? You want me, well, no, I can't. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I didn't figure you guys had it broken down.
I will
that
take that into
degree,
consideration and give you an answer.
Thank you.
To contribute to this conversation a little more, just as a reminder, when we see these dollar amounts, it's hard to think about how that gets to be $5 million in sub pay and why that would equate to $1.5 million in savings. As a reminder, in regular subs, so not long-term subs, it was only a little over, right around 1.6 million that was expended in pay, but in just the back pay of PERS alone for those that went over that cap that I discussed earlier, we had to retroactively pay another $800,000. So that's on top of, that is on top of what they got paid. We then had to go back and retroactively pay $800,000 to PERS, and that was for the regular subs. For the long-term subs, it was just over $2 million in pay for the year. The benefits and the PERS that go along with that was another $1.26 million on top of that. And so that's really, yes, there's money wrapped up in paying for subs, which is a necessary cost. Like, we got to pay people for doing the job. But the area that it becomes exceptionally more expensive is when they all break into that area of now having to having to pay PERS for them. The PERS alone was an additional $2 million. So out of that $5 million that we paid last year in sub rates, 40% of that was just PERS. And so in as much as we can avoid having to do those, that's where a lot of that savings happen, is if we can avoid the PERS. Now, granted, there are situations, there's maternity leave, there's injuries, there's vacancies in hard to fill locations within our district. There are things that are probably unavoidable to have to do that, but it's being judicious in when you use those and how necessary it actually is. Because I've heard a principal say, it's got to be this. And then when we said, no, it doesn't, then they figure out another solution. And as uncomfortable as it was, and as much of a jerk as I felt like when I said it, like another solution was found. And was it the first solution, first choice? No, not necessarily. But did it result in us not having to go back pay $40,000 for, or that's probably an exaggeration, $20,000 for that person? Yeah. So there's a lot wrapped up in that goes well beyond just the daily rate. It's all of the benefits and PERS and things that go on top of that once they qualify for it.
But this rate change would not in itself disqualify someone from getting PERS or not getting PERS. It would just reduce
that's
the
all.
amount of
Yeah.
pay of PERS paid.
That's
Thank you.
based on 700 hours a year.
So just one other comment. Often when we make policy changes, we say, well, let's not tie into a certain date or a certain number. Let's use, something like this policy the red line has. Whereas as times change, you might need to adjust things. So I guess one of my thoughts is, do we want to go with that same thinking on this policy or just stick with a certain number based on what we're looking at other districts? So just something to think about.
Yeah, my response to that is we made our decision based off of what an average of other districts across the state would be. So if we had a mechanism for figuring out, what that would be in a different, like an equivalent to that or something, then we can look at what that might look like, but yeah.
I have a question.
Yep.
So category A is 1 to 7 days. They'd receive the 161 per day. Category B is 8 or more consecutive days of subbing for the same teacher. The first 4 days shall be paid at the daily rate for substitutes, and beginning with the 5th day, the daily rate would be increased to the 217. Why aren't we just paying them the regular daily rate of 161 for the first full 7 days, and once they, like, what prompted the whole 4 days deal in there?
Well, you'll see that.
I don't,
I
in
don't
my
know.
mind,
I don't know what prompted it either.
7 days at the
Yeah, so.
61, and then the 217 starts on day 8.
Gotcha. That is not part of the red line here. That existed prior to this red line. So that was what was going on before, and I don't know why that has been the case in the past.
Well, my suggestion is keep it simple. 1 to 7 days, you're in that category A, making the 161 per day. In B, if you're 8 or more days for the same teacher, your first 7 days are in that 161 per day pay, and after that, the 217 kicks in. And I have to say, I disagree with the rest of the board too on just cutting it 10%. I think with the situation we're in the district right now, this is a place we can save money, and that if we're paying what other districts are paying, like the average of what other districts are paying, I think that's sufficient. My thoughts on that though, is if there are permanent subs currently, that like Jeff said, maybe that doesn't start until later, but let's say next week we have to hire a permanent sub for a position because someone goes on maternity leave. I don't know if you can put that in there, like the ones that are currently a permanent sub can continue at the regular pay they've been getting until this year's over. But anything from the time we pass this policy on, it's the 217.
All right, we'll think about language about effective dates and what applies to what.
Yeah,
We do that
that's-
in negotiated agreements often where X takes effect on whatever day for X group and everything else on such date. We can.
Those are my thoughts. And then, I don't know if now's the time or during my board member comment, but it might have been, well, it was a couple board meetings ago when I got after parents about the chronic absenteeism rate in our district for kids and said, get your kids to school. It's ridiculous that we have, the amount of absences that we do from students. Students can't achieve and can't learn and aren't going to be successful if they're not in class. And on the flip side, if we're spending $5 million in paying substitute teachers, I'm sorry, but I'm going to get after you teachers too. Show up to school. Kids need to be in school to learn, but teachers need to be in school to teach also. It's very important that you're there, you know the kids, take your job seriously. The fact that we're paying that much money in subs every year, it's it's blowing my mind. And I don't have to be anybody's favorite person right now, but I think it's ridiculous. And I think people need to show up, do their job.
Mr. Chair, if I may, in January, we had a meeting in Spring Creek, and at that meeting, we considered buyouts. The buyout salary for a beginning teacher as presented to us was $48,138. Under our current dollar amount, if we were to pay $7 or 7 days at the lower rate and the rest at the higher rate, and they taught for an entire year, if I've calculated this correctly, they're getting $48,020. So they're getting $118 less than a full-time teacher at the current rate. Go ahead, Teresa.
I was just say, however, if they're in a classroom for a full year, they're doing everything a full-time teacher does. So they're doing the same amount of work as a full-time teacher because they are a full-time teacher if, you know, they're there all those days. So I think it should be pretty equivalent to a full-time teacher.
But they don't have the certifications.
Correct, but we are trusting our children to be in their care. And if we are doing that, then I think they should be compensated to be there. And hopefully, they are working toward getting those certifications. And I agree, yeah, they don't have those certifications. But is that better to have someone who is there that is willing to learn and work and do and has oversight from the administration and is working with other teachers to make sure they're, you know, keeping up with the curriculum and doing everything else? I mean, they don't have the certifications. Hopefully they're working toward those, but they're doing the same work.
Okay.
That's
And I
my
wasn't
thought.
trying to say, I wasn't trying to argue. I just was saying that's.
Otherwise, you're looking at someone who, or a classroom that may have this teacher this week, they have teacher B the next week. There's no consistency, and that's the worst situation
But that
you
is
can
not,
have.
that's not consistent across industries, though. If you don't have the certifications in other fields such as healthcare, you don't get paid in the same field. So I would just argue that and put that on the table, that that's not consistent across industries. So we would again be making education a special occurrence, and so.
All right, does anybody have anything else to add on this policy? This is a first reading, non-action.
I will just say that, as Ms. Ratliff indicated, yeah, the cut would be $1,600 a month if we were to go straight through the proposal that was made by the superintendent. We're not going to get to a $1.5 million at 10%, but I don't know what we would get. So I had nothing on this policy other than you've got a lot of different things that we've all thrown at you. Good luck.
It's only like 5 pages of notes. No big deal.
All right, hearing nothing further, we'll move on to item 5.01, Superintendent's Report, non-action item.
No, thanks.
All set?
Great discussion tonight. I'm not just sucking up because you're my 7 bosses, but, you know, despite how individuals feel, individuals anywhere feel about individual things that people have said tonight, one thing I know is that we got people up here who care about our students and about our schools. I was gonna say something else, but I'm gonna leave it alone. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you for the input. Thank you for the accountability. Thank you for being willing to engage productively in the hard conversations. And I want to say the same to people. Thank you for your productive engagement. We're gonna, you know, I've been with optimism throughout, even though things seem difficult. I know that as we productively work together, we will find solutions. But we also have to be, we all have to be willing to do hard things. I agree with that. And so that's been the hard thing to hear and see and read these emails is sometimes the sentiment that I see in most of them is definitely make changes, but not to me. And it can't be that way. We all have to find areas to make changes. And we includes me, I understand that. I and we up here have made changes already. There are changes that personal changes that I have not shared with everyone, and I'm not going to because I'm not interested in saying, look what I did. But those things are happening, even if you don't know they're happening. And yeah, we just all got to be willing to sacrifice and do hard things together. So thanks to those who've thoughtfully engaged. I know I said I didn't want to say anything, but that's what I wanted to say.
No, well said. Thank you, Superintendent Anderson. Moving on, 6.01 NASB update. Do you have anything, Susan?
Yes, there was a joint interim standing committee on education, which Mr. Anderson didn't say, but he presented this morning. If you're interested in watching, I think it was YouTube, so you can go back and watch it, because I actually missed the NASB portion of it through everything today. So, but Mr. Anderson did not only talk about the good things happening in our district, but also about the budget woes and that sort of thing. So it was good that so we are branching out and trying to let people know. I just wanted to point that out. There's also a professional development on March 21st. And part of that, I'm sure you guys got the email, but part of that is having breakfast with legislators. And Jeff, we approved him to go just recently, a few hours ago, I should say, just recently.
Closer to 3, but.
Yeah, sorry. But that is a good opportunity for us. I know we talk about travel and cutting travel, et cetera, but there are things that are important to do the travel. So, so just wanted to let you know about that event. That's it.
All right. And as far as NASB, I will be attending the board president's workshop this weekend as well. So I'll have a report back on that. I'm going to defer back to you we're going to move to 6.02, items for board members. I'm going to let you start, Trustee Neal, and I'm going to move this way and then back around the world so we finish with Matt, because he's occupied.
I'll make it quick. In spite of everything going on, I do appreciate all the good things that are going on in our schools. No matter budget woes, education and educating is still taking place. And I too thank everybody that was here tonight, along with all the other people that have sent emails. It's good to have different ideas, different perspectives, things I hadn't thought of. So it's wonderful to hear from people. I did attend, it's the Idaho Theater Group or Theater for Youth at Grammar. They presented Into the Woods, and the kids were such a good audience. It was fun to see them. They got all excited. It was fun. I would thank you for the invitation. I didn't get to go to the NENZ honor band. I got to go to the practice, but not the concert. There were approximately 40 students from Elko County that participated in that, and they had to audition for that. And just practice alone was wonderful to listen to. And thanks once again to Northside for the house t-shirt and just to see the work that they're doing there as well.
Thank you.
All right, it is almost 10 p.m. and I want everyone to stay awake to go home. So thank you for coming in person. Thank you for those who joined us virtually, and let's move together forward and figure out some good solutions.
Dr. Byers.
I was going to try and be shorter than that. But for reals, thank you so much. I do appreciate, just like everyone does here, we appreciate the letters. They are informative. We all have our opinions, how we're trying to help, and it means that our community cares, and we do appreciate that. And then thank you for being here. I think this is the most I've seen in here since the dark times of, Anyway, so I appreciate you guys being here as well. I would, if you could please, I would love to try and figure out if we can have a policy for the press, since I've brought that up and we don't have anything. And so how is the press associated in approaching the desk and the bench and the chair and everything? I'd love to see if we can't get that together. So, and then other than that, thank you so much. Sweet dreams when you get there. and I'll move my rest.
Trustee Stanfield.
Say thank you to everyone, all the emails or the comments. Appreciate it. And just hard times, but we'll try to do our best, and we all care. Have a good night.
Valerie?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for being here. I'm not sure I said it, but I also think that maybe 1%, with the decreasing of students, you're planning on like a 1%. I think that might be a low estimate just because of the governor has, signed on to the school choice and having the money follow the student. And so I think just because that's kind of the way things are headed, that might be not a high enough figure. Otherwise, hard decisions are going to be made. I jokingly one time when I was running for the school board and someone asked me about fiscal responsibility and the budget and different things, I said, well, I can keep my husband from spending too much money at Gun World and Capriola's, and I say no to him all the time, so I'm sure it was a joke. But anyways, turns out this is a lot harder. And I just know that all of us are really looking at these numbers. I've lost sleep over it, and tough decisions are going to have to be made, but I think we have a good board in place, and I think we're going to do what's best for students. I think that we're all smart enough to look at that and do what's best for students.
Thank you to the Northside School. Appreciate them coming in. It's always good to see the students. Thank you to those that are in the audience. Appreciate you being here. I know it's been a long night. I know it's frustrating for some of you that you still don't know what's happening. That's what non-action does. It's just the way that Nevada works. I can't fix that, but I appreciate it and continue to be engaged with where we can. I want to say thank you to our staff. Somebody is going to be impacted by this and affected. So I want to say that now. It's not personal. It's just where we are. The not responding that Teresa mentioned earlier about not responding to emails and such, now that I'm gladly not in that seat, I typically don't respond to emails because I leave it to our board chair and or staff to respond. Please don't think that it's anything personal. You all, if you've sent me an email, it bounces back with my cell phone. There's a reason for that. You know how to get a hold of me if you need to. Finally, I mentioned chronic absenteeism rates are wrong on our report card. So under the general overall data details, it shows that, and this is not calling out Elko High School because I don't like them. I'm not trying to point fingers. I'm not trying to target them. I'm just saying this is the data. Elko High School showed a 32.9% absenteeism rate to a district rate of 32.6 and a state rate of 26.6. However, when you dialed into the school rating report, suddenly Elko High School's chronic absenteeism rate is now 22.9. Still not where we want it to be, but somehow suddenly by clicking on one more page, they gained, I guess, 13% of their students back. So these are the things that we're fighting with, that why sometimes we can't make decisions because we're not using data that the state is giving us that is accurate. So continue to be patient, and staff, thank you for your time on it as well. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. This is a first for me, sitting here at the end of a 4-hour meeting, 5-hour meeting, and I got people here. There's people here looking at me. I see you guys. I appreciate you, each and every one of you. You guys care just like we do. I wish I had more shiny, rosy things to say to you. I don't. Just that same plea I started with, and I'm going to finish with, and I'm going to do myself too, is let's get on that campaign of holding people accountable. Not just us, but our elected officials above us that have put us in this situation. There's a lot of folks up for re-election this year. And I think that this is something that needs to be an issue. It needs to be. whether you're sitting here or you're not, whether it didn't affect you just enough to bring you out. But I can see how much this affects you guys. I'm really sorry for what you're all going through, for what, it sucks. I wish I had something better to say than that, other than I'm doing everything I can. And I know that these guys are too, but my day started at 8 this morning when I hopped in my truck and went over, and it's gonna end tonight sometime after. Actually, it'll be 1 a.m. because of the time difference when I get home. So I don't want you to think we're not putting the work in. We are. We're doing everything we can to try and save as much of this as we can. So I really appreciate all your all's input. And again, this is non-action. We still have weeks and possibly months ahead before we're making some concrete decisions. My mailbox is open and I will reply. And if I haven't, if you've emailed me in the last day or so, it's simply because of those time factors. That last night and this morning, I wasn't answering emails. I was on the road, and I was actually up pretty late last night studying on this too. So I'm going to leave it at that. We've been here a long time. So I will close that item just by saying thank you. Thank you to everybody. You guys are amazing. Just the fact that you're here right now. I've been doing this, 4 or 5 years now. I'm in the 4th year. And I don't think I've ever had a crowd like this stay to the end of the meeting. I see how important this is to you. And we'll do right by it, okay? Moving on to the meeting closing. We have one more option for input from the public. I'm not going to give the whole speech again, other than it's 3 minutes maximum. And if there's anything, anyone has public comment, I'd be happy to hear that now. Got one right here. Go ahead. Please state your name for the record. Can you push the green? There you go.
Regarding JCBC, the policy, specifically, I just want to encourage the trustees to remember that policies are written with a very limited scope. And I heard some questions and comments regarding, well, what about officers having access to basketball games when they come help, or are they limited from here? I would tend to believe that there's probably another policy that addresses that, and that this policy is specific to investigations and searches. And if we think about how important those are core elements of our constitutional rights. And our students don't give up those constitutional rights when they step out of their house and come into the school. I mean, those are very important things that we want to make sure we don't trample upon. And as I'm looking at this, it's only making it more clear on how, law enforcement and SROs can engage in schools when they're investigating or doing searches. And I think it's important to understand that, it doesn't really limit their abilities as it's written. Officers can still apply for warrants or, serve subpoenas. It just ensures that our students have those constitutional protections. And some of the comments of, hey, can we add this? Can we look at adding something that says SROs can do this or that? Remember that if you add that here, it may be interpreted as a way where a search or a right could be infringed, without the intent. And so I just want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind as we're looking at this. If there isn't a policy that addresses officers' ability to help out with basketball games or sporting events or other events at the schools, maybe think about, creating a policy that addresses that specifically and allows it, but make sure that we're not inadvertently writing something in an area that is so specific and the scope is so limited to ensure that it's specific to one very little thing. And it's okay to make the officers work a little bit harder to go get that warrant or that subpoena or whatnot, and but I think it's very important to make sure that we're not, creating a situation where if there is some sort of legal action or these students find themselves, dealing with some sort of action where law enforcement was involved, that we're also making sure that the law enforcement is able to do their job and present that in a way that they can't say, wait, you didn't have a right to go find this way. You didn't have a right to go search this just because, you were an SRO or a police officer that happened to be on campus that day and we're doing this. So just make sure that we're doing it in the right policy in the right area and we're not inadvertently widening the scope of the policy that exists right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Caleb McAdoo again. I appreciate your dedication and staying till 10 o'clock as well. I will keep this short. I do want to reiterate my sincere appreciation to each and every one of you for your public service on this board and fully recognize the challenges ahead of you on behalf of us, the constituents in Elko County. In consideration of those hard decisions, I submit the following, perhaps as other ways that you may consider addressing some of these challenges. I suggest that the highest pay percentage cuts, should you choose to cut salaries, be of those of the highest paid positions within the district, whether that's district office staff or whatever positions they may be. As an administrator myself, if I were in that position, I believe that that's, just like Ms. Ballard mentioned, I believe that that is sound leadership, and that's something that I should be, would expect to see here. Benefit cuts, I mean, there was some talk about insurance, but you know, sometimes a benefit cut can be an easier pill to swallow and may provide that teacher the option on where they choose to utilize their money. Again, none of these are ideal conversations to have. I pose the question regarding PERS payments for substitute teachers. I'm not certain that that's required by law. If it's not required by law, perhaps that's something that you guys should look into in suspending during these fiscal challenging times. The other thing that I submit for consideration is perhaps a review of freezing step increases as opposed to salary cuts or benefit cuts. I don't know what those numbers are. I don't know if those considerations have been thought of, but perhaps freezing steps might be a more palatable solution. Maybe it's not, but that's something I offer. So in closing, I have a lot of friends that are on this board, serve at the district level, or are teachers, and I appreciate all that they do. Thank you very much.
Hi again. I'm Jennifer Alsop. I'm not going to cry this time. So I just like to piggyback off of what Matt was saying and what Ms. Kenzie Ratliff was saying about long-term substitutes, because I do feel like there's a little bit of confusion maybe about how that works. So I subbed for years for the Elko County School District. I then went into a long-term third grade position for one of our teachers who had a baby at grammar. And then this is my fourth year as a first grade teacher. This is my classroom. I put the money into it. I put the books into it, all the work. I do parent-teacher conferences. I grade. I go in early. I stay late. I go in on the weekends. I have these relationships with these kids. These are my kids this year from the past. So as far as we're just subs or we're just A or B, it's a lot more than that when you are a long-term substitute. I've been a teacher for almost 5 years now. And I will graduate from UNLV next year. So I will have my certification. I think that counts. I think that matters. I'm not just here for a paycheck. This is what I'm doing for forever. As I emailed you all, we're your next teachers. We've been doing it. Let us keep doing it. And don't cut our pay. That's not right. For those of us in these long-term roles, that's not right. Thank you.
I came here tonight, my name is Katie Moss, for the record. I came here tonight not just as a parent. I do substitute teach. I'm not long-term. I have done long-term sub jobs. With pay being cut, I still plan on showing up tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. I will also continue to show up to the Room to Grow, volunteering for those homeschool kids and the kids that decide to drop out because they are not wanting to come here anymore. And I volunteer my time for that as well. And I help those children read. And I really liked some of your points, Mrs. Bellard, on the Chromebooks. I think I would love to help with suggestions on maybe coming up with plans of maybe cutting some of those Chromebooks, because it could save money maybe if we sold a certain amount of them and then just utilize them accordingly in the elementary schools, have media days of using the Chromebooks. I'm sure the IT guy could probably pull the data of how much time are these students actually spending on the Lexia program or the other programs that all the teachers use. I mean, you can see when they log in, when they log out, what they're doing, how far they're progressing. I've pulled that data for my own son and in an IEP meeting, and I was a little surprised that it wasn't as much as I thought it was going to be. He's in the 5th grade and was told he was at a kindergarten level. And if he's on it every day for 10 minutes with one teacher and supposedly 20 minutes for another teacher, I was expecting that level to be a lot higher. Those numbers were not what I thought they were. So to me, that told me he is playing Prodigy or he's just on YouTube or whatever. So although I believe Lexia is a great program, I've sat with him, we've done it at home, and I think it's a great program, but are the kids actually doing it? And I think maybe the IT guy could show you guys that, the data of all the kids, like, are they actually on it? And what those programs look like with the actual raw data of how it's being utilized in the schools. That's just my 2 cents of a suggestion. And maybe cutting back some of those Chromebooks to save money. Thank you.
I know it's late and I'll keep it short too. I'm Sherry Marsh. And I too am gonna try not to cry. I have worn every hat. I retired at 31 years and I became an LLC. And then I came back as a critical needs teacher and I'm retiring this year at 35 years. I'm retiring at 35 years. I know that the position would have been cut as a critical needs teacher, but I had already made up my mind I was going to retire and spend time with my grandchildren. On top of everything, I have to say, I have been in many schools. I taught at Southside, I taught at Carlin, I taught in West Wendover, I taught at Mountain View, I taught at Grammar, and I'm ending my career at Flagview. Flagview Intermediate was without a doubt one of the absolute best families, not a school, a family that I had the honor and privilege of being a part of. And I know you have to make decisions. I know things have to be done. I understand that completely. But also keeping in mind that that family, we know as families, in our own lives, if you're torn apart, what it does to you. These teachers, it is going to tear them apart. And they are a family. I had the privilege of teaching Travis. I was one of his college professors at GBC. And I look at what that gentleman has done for that school and the tremendous support of Mr. Streeter. I know he shows up to every board meeting. And the dean that we have now, and Josh Krantz. Just keep in mind, wherever there can be cuts, if anything can be done to help with Flagview, because we are a family. I'm known as Mom in the hallway, and that's what family portrays. You become a family, you love one another, you care about kids. Lexia program, I want to talk on that for just a moment. If you look at our Flagview results, in our MAPS data testing, we grew unbelievable. Our data shows. I will attribute that to Lexia. And I hope you can come up with other things that you might have to cut besides that Lexia reading program. In 35 years, I have never, ever seen that type of growth in children than the Lexia program. It made a huge difference. Everyone will have their opinion. I just have my opinion. Thank you guys for your jobs.
All right, is there anything further for public comment? All right, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.